All right, positive energy all the time. Good to see you all. Rep your city, rep your city. I'm representing Chicago, Illinois. Also, make sure you subscribe to Vegan Intel on YouTube. Health is wealth, so you got to take care of yourself. Shout out to everybody over there on Kick. Everybody on YouTube, Facebook, Twitch. Much respect. Rep your city, rep your city. We got Columbus in the building. Columbus is in the building. My eyes are correcting themselves, so I cannot read with my reading glasses anymore. I can't read my reading glasses. That's crazy. I've been dosing up with a bunch of vitamins and stuff. I think it's correcting my eyesight. I cannot see with my reading glasses anymore. Now this pair, I can see a little bit, but I can see better with nothing. That's crazy. I'll just look over the top of my glasses like a professor. Brooksville, Mississippi is in the building. Come on in, come on in. Come on in. My eyes are correcting themselves, which is crazy. Absolutely. Rep your city, everybody. We're going to talk about the BET Awards. Both the BET Hip Hop Awards and the Soul Train Awards have been suspended. We got New Jersey in the building. Shout out to everybody in Jersey. I might like kind of marathon today over here. I will be gone for a minute. I'll be over on Vegan Intel for a minute. Have to go over there and kick a little bit of health. To get people in line, get their health together. Health is wealth. Health is definitely wealth. So yeah, they canceled the BET Hip Hop Awards. We got Texarkana in the building. Let's let everybody get over here. What can they talk about there? Oh, yesterday. So my sleep is all over the place. I barely know what's going on. I have increased my weight that I'm lifting. I've intensified my exercising. I'm going live a lot, plus all my other ventures. So I don't know what's going on, right? I don't know. I don't be knowing what day it is or nothing or what time it is or nothing, right? So yesterday I had a big workout, took a hot shower, I went and laid down, right? And I had a dream, right? So I had a dream that I was somewhere in the country. I was somewhere down south in some houses that were like built, looked like they were built like in the 40s or something, right? In some old house, in an old house, right? And it was like two houses connected together, I think. Right. So I'm in like Mississippi or Alabama. I'm in this house, right? So there's a dog there and there's a bunch of people, and I can see them clear as day. I can see all their features and everything, but I don't know nobody. I don't know anybody in this vision, right? So I'm in this country house. You can tell it's a country house the way the wood is made, the way it's made. You can just see the wood, no insulation or nothing, right? Like cabins almost. So I'm in this house and the police come, but the police don't look like they from back in that era. The police look like they from like the 90s or something, right? So the police come. It's like a black police officer with some other police. So this police officer, he wants to search the premises. So we go in the backyard. Like I said, the two houses connected. And next door, you could see they had like fruits and vegetables. They had like vegetables growing. And then the yard where I was at, there were vegetables, but they wasn't growing that good. It looks like maybe the garden was new and they was just starting to plant or learn how to plant or something. So the police officer, he's in the backyard and he's searching. I said, well, there ain't nothing here. I don't know what he's looking for. And so he sees the garden and stuff in the back, and he sees, and then he has the vibe like, okay, ain't nothing going on here. Now I'm in the country somewhere. I'm in like Mississippi, Alabama, who knows, Arkansas. I don't know where I was at, but I was not in Chicago. I was in the country. I wasn't in no city. When I say the country, I mean like my grandfather lived right outside of Uniontown, Alabama. So he really didn't live in a city. He lived next to a town, like a couple of miles from the town. So it was like that, but instead of it being like a farm like my grandfather had, it was like a little housing division, right? And so the police is looking, and I could see everybody's face so clear. Everybody's features and everything. I don't know any of these people. So when we come back in the house and we go back in the kitchen, Diddy was there. Diddy was there next door in their kitchen. Like it wasn't no division between the kitchen, like two houses made together with a wall, but then the wall kind of stops. And then when you go back, you could see the two kitchens. And Diddy was in the kitchen and he was looking at me and he was nervous about the cops. This makes no sense. He was nervous about the cops. And then I woke up. I woke up like, what? What the hell? I'm in the country The police is there. There's nothing there. I don't know what the police was looking for. There's nothing there. There's nothing going on. It's just some people in the South, just in some little like shacks, like little houses built from wood. It's nothing. It's nothing going on. The people I was on the side I was on, they had like a dog, and like the older uncle was there, and he was talking. Yeah, it was just regular people. And the police come. I'm looking at the police like, what the hell are you doing? This is You're looking for crime in this country house in the middle of nowhere, like with these old people. It's like I was in the house with a bunch of older people. Wasn't even no young people in the house I was in. But what was crazy, after he did his investigation in the backyard and we came in through there and we walked to where we could see the other kitchen, Diddy was there. And he was nervous because I remember like giving him signs like it's cool, it's cool. I remember telling Diddy it was cool. Like signaling where the police could say, like, everything is cool. Why are you looking like that? Why are you tripping? Then I woke up. I was like, what? I was like, what the hell type of dream is that? So I was talking to somebody, so well, maybe you had just seen something about Diddy. So I said, no, I ain't seen nothing about no Diddy or nothing all day. No. He just popped in the end of the dream. Boy, it was crazy, man. Man, that was crazy. Imagine the police in the country somewhere where ain't nothing going on in the police came doing the investigation in a little country house, like with a little dirt backyard, with with growing vegetables, like nothing is going on. Nothing can go on. Like I'm trying to figure out. I'm looking at the police like, well, what can happen? We're in the middle of nowhere. There's not even nobody here to do crimes with. It was crazy. It was absolutely, boy, that was crazy. That was crazy. That was a crazy dream. I woke up like, what the hell was Diddy doing down south in these old houses? And what the hell was I doing there? You know? What is this? It was one of those dreams. It's not one of those dreams where you first go to sleep. It's one of them dreams right before you wake up, right? Because you had a dream when you first go to sleep. A lot of times you don't remember those. But the dream you have and you wake up out of, I woke up like, I woke up like, what, what was that? And I kept saying, what the hell was Diddy doing down south in these country houses? everybody everybody else was like back in the 50s. And he was there looking like 2026. Right? So it was crazy. It was like back in the 50s. The police was from 2000 and the police was from like 2010. The people in the house was like back in the 50s. And Diddy was from 2026 or 2025. It didn't make no sense. I woke up like, wait a minute, wait. Your mind just be putting that stuff together. Your mind just be throwing pieces in there. When you be sleeping, some of them dreams, you could tell your mind like throw this in there. You know what I'm saying? You be dreaming. And your mind, right? There's no plan to it. It doesn't mean anything. Sometimes you had visions and it means something, but those type of dreams, you could tell that you sleep and your mind is just throwing stuff in there. Just throwing stuff in the dream. My mind was just throwing stuff in the dream don't even go together. I'm like, if you're gonna put a dream together, put it together right. Do not have me in no house in the 50s, police from the 90s, and Diddy from 2025. Stop it. And I was from 2025. So I don't know what the hell I was doing down there. It was crazy. That was crazy dream, man. That was something else, boy. I'm telling you. I woke up like this. You know it's bad when you wake up like this. What the hell just happened? I woke up confused and my phone had a missed call. I called and they said hello. I said, hey, I had to tell that dream immediately. You ain't gonna believe this. I was just in the country in the 50s and the police came from the 90s or 2000 and Diddy was there from 2025 and there wasn't nothing going on and the police was finna leave because there wasn't nothing going on. It was the weirdest. It was nothing to look for. I had to take them in the backyard with the dirt and the crops they was trying to grow. Boy, you know you're a messed up police when your investigation lead to the backyard with somebody growing some corn and a couple of plants. Boy, you got to get another career. I feel sorry for them police. I like, man, y'all jobs suck, man. Y'all down here police where it ain't nothing to police. They didn't even know who Diddy was. He was sitting right there. They seen him. Nobody. And I'm trying to figure out what he doing over there with them people. And I was wondering what kind of house is that? It's like a house, two houses with a wall. But when you walk back, the wall stop, and then you could see in their kitchen. You could just walk right into their kitchen. So I was in them people's kitchen, and Diddy was in the other kitchen right there, looking at me, scared. He was spooked. He was scared as hell of them police. And I'm telling them, calm down. They ain't see nothing. There ain't nothing here. What? It's nothing here. I couldn't believe what he was spooked for. I was like, you gonna make them search more, bro. Calm down. You know what I'm saying? It ain't nothing here. My dream told me it was a simulation, man. In my dreams, man, listen, like I say, dreams just throw stuff together. You dreaming, and the dream say, okay, what are we gonna do next? Oh, I know what. I know what. Now you gonna go do this. Then your dream be like just throwing stuff in there. It be just throwing stuff together. You go in the store with your sister. It's 2 in the afternoon. You when you come out the store it's night. That kind of weirdo stuff. You know what I'm saying? He wasn't doing nothing. He was in a dream for nothing. Trust me, I'm telling you. He was totally insignificant. That's why it was so weird. He was insignificant. That was the end of the dream. He was just sitting in a chair in the other kitchen spooked. He had nothing to do with nothing. That's why the dream was so weird. The dream was about nothing. Because I have visions. That was not a vision. That was my mind constructing some nonsense while I was asleep, building a story. It didn't even build it right. Like, dang, man, if you're gonna build it, man, build it right. Who built this dream? If there's a dream maker that made that dream, you need to get fired. You gotta make a better dream than that. You gotta make a better dream than that. But look, welcome everybody. We're gonna talk about the reasons the BET Awards flopped out. So it is done. BET flopped out. And I was talking to some people about this on what they could do, what BET could do to fix that situation. They made a lot of mistakes, right? because television is over. Television is is gone. Television is like CD player. It's like over. I don't know nobody watch TV. People I know they watch TV. Older people. You know, I was at this person's house and they was watching TV. It was weird because I never have TV. I got a TV at my I'm here at the office and where I live. I got a TV. I got a big TV right there that this lady had bought me. Right, we was like dating and she just came with a big old TV. She gave me the TV and next thing I know she was gone. But I don't watch TV. The only thing I watch is stars like 50 Cent shows. Like, you know, I'm not watching BMF because I'm really into movies. I take them serious. And now that Little Meech is a weirdo, I mean, I'm not going to be able to watch it, right? So I'm not going to be able to watch it now that he's a weirdo. He's going to always be the weirdo. So he's not going to be able to sell me the character. But I might, when it ends, I might try to go back to see what the storyline is. But I can't really watch Little Meech now that he's a weird. Like now he's a weirdo loser. You know, he's just too weird. He's like a little boy. The daddy was supposed to be this big kingpin, and so he grew up. He ain't none of that. Then he trying to have that vibe, but he don't got it. You know, like that. You can't pass that down. You know. So the BET flopped out, and let me tell you some reasons why BET flopped out. The first reason BET flopped out is because they didn't stick with the original formula, right? They didn't bring in new people and they didn't upgrade their situation. They should have let 50 buy it. But where they made their mistake is this: nobody never just watched the BET Hip Hop Awards or BET Awards. Okay? Right? We watched BET, and so we end up watching everything that came on BET. So when BET started to try to get you just to watch specific programs, that's where they failed at. They have to get you to watch BET, period. Okay? See, BET was set up not to watch a particular show. BET was set up where you get up. You know, I was hustling, so I was at home until like night or whatever. So you get up, you turn it on, you watch Video Soul, you watch Video LP, you watch Video Vibration, then Rap City come on like that. That's how BET was set up. You watch the whole net, you watch everything. So when the future came up and they had 106 in Park, you already watching it when 106 in Park comes on, right? So BET was an excellent show. I don't know how old you are, Dion, but BET was fire. BET was fire. Fire, fire, fire. Because it had something for everybody. It had Donnie Simpson, and he would be playing stuff like he would be playing all the big black songs that's out. The Freddie Jackson, the Luther Vandross, the Janet Jackson, the Michael Jackson. Then he would go off. He had an early show. When he went off, they had like, okay, video. video vibration was a lot of alternative stuff, right? Video vibrations was like uh, keep on moving, don't stop. What's his name? Jazzy J and them over in Europe. It was the more alternative of like when Erica Badu first came out and India Irie, right? Right? Then the next thing was video LP, and video LP would be like have live performances and things like that. So each show was a different show, right? And um it was background. It was background television in the house, right? So you didn't have to just watch it because you could hear it. So you just left it on because it's music. So it was like your radio, right? It was like your radio. And then they had Rap City, the basement. Boom, you could see the rap. And then everybody get home from work. And then Donnie Simpson would come back on the main show with the big acts, right? That's when the big acts would come. And that's where you would see, New Edition and all of them, right? Right? So it had a variety of shows, right? It had a variety of shows. Dion, how old are you, Dion? Because you way off base. I don't know why you talking on top of me. You don't know what you're talking about. Because the kids was at school. So the kids was at school. So the kids was not watching BET. So you definitely don't know what you're talking about. By the time the kids got home from school, Rap City would be on. But the kids didn't necessarily watch BET. The teenagers and older teenagers mostly watch BET. Young kids didn't watch BET. So I don't know what you're talking about. You're saying make believe. Younger kids was not interested in BET, was not interested in music or nothing like that. They would be going playing Nintendo or whatever they do. Okay? Yeah, you don't know what you're talking about. So well, no children watching it. I'm talking about a different era than you talking about. I'm talking about original BET with the mayor and Rhapsody the Basement. You probably was little. You probably wasn't even old enough to see that BET, right? So BET was adult and teenagers after school, and the teenager show was Rap City, right? So soon as you get out of school, this is before Freeway in them, right? Right? So when the kids get out of school, it'll be Rap City, right? And Rap City was great because Rap City had all the different types of rap, right? So when somebody say, "Oh, for the kids," no, Rap City had a lot of positive rap. Okay, I know I can be what I want to be and stuff like that. They had all different types of rap. MC Light, right? Queen Latifah. Ooh, ladies first. That ain't gonna hurt your daughter to see Queen Latifah, ladies first. So people just be talking, right? Then you had KRS One. You must learn. So it was real positive. Okay, they didn't really show. There wasn't no gangster rap yet like that. The most gangster rap was Rakim. You know what I mean? Rakim would say dun 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 with the Tommy guns, maybe Cool G rap, but it wasn't no gangster on there too much. It was Georgie Porgy Pudding Pie and Kwame with the polka dots, right? Just for the real historians, right? If you ain't no historian, just let me paint the history, right? So it was like that, right? So my point is, you just leave it on. You know what I'm saying? Here goes somebody else, maybe off key too. Don't know what he talking about. That's era I'm talking about. Wasn't no Jamie Foxx yet. I don't know why people be jumping in my conversation and don't know what I'm talking about. It's real irritating. Let me do what I do. Don't add to it unless you really know what I'm talking about. Right? So when BET came out, this is how BET was formatted, right? So it's formatted to basically like the radio, right? They're young, so they should shut up then. Don't they say all this gray hair? You know what I'm saying? Shut up. That's why young people, that's why y'all so stupid, because you don't listen. And that's why the world you in going to hell in the handbasket, because you know every damn thing but don't know nothing. Feel me? Shut your young ass up and listen so you can learn something sometime. Stop always talking. That's why you don't know nothing. When I was coming up, I used to listen to the older people. And I used to keep my mouth shut so I could learn, so I can absorb knowledge. You're supposed to try to absorb knowledge. You're not supposed to block it, right? So here's the deal. This is why BET was so big. BET was big because, okay, you go back way back, 45 records, right? Albums, right? Boom, you go and you get into 8-track tapes, you get into cassette tapes, right? But the Sony Triniton TV came out. And when the Sony Triniton TV came out, right? Yeah, hold on. I got somebody here. I got to get rid of them. They come back tomorrow, bro. This is adult. This for adults. Um, when the Sony Triniton came out, this is very important. Everybody began to hook their stereos to the TV. So this is the era of the stereo TV. So this is the era when we first start running your TV through the stereo. Because TV just had the little TV speaker. Then they tried to put bigger speakers, but then the Sony Triniton made it where you got surround sound. Okay? So now not only do you got the video playing, but it's bumping because you're playing it through your stereo, right? Right? For the intelligent people listening and not typing. Okay? So this is that era. If you don't understand that, then you're not going to learn nothing. You might as well log off. So the reason BET was so big because we switched to stereo, and now the TV was the record player, right? The TV was the music and the movies. So you could watch TV and it could be your stereo, and then you could watch a movie and be like you at the movie theater because it's in surround sound. So if it's Godzilla and you got some big speakers with some 16-inch woofers and there's explosions, it's like going to the movie theater. But when the music is on, it's banging because it wasn't just TV. It was run through the stereo. You understand? It was run through the stereo. This is the part people be leaving major parts out of the history. Right? So now this is the radio now. Ain't nobody playing no CDs and stuff during the daytime. Nobody's playing no music in the day while BET is on. BET playing all the music. Why? Because they're going to play the newest record, the newest video, right? If it's a new song, boom, it's dead on there. And then it's got all the variety. So you didn't have to worry about anything you didn't like because they're going to play something everybody like. Because you got Video Soul, Video LP, Video Vibration, Rhapsody, and Video Soul again. Right? So this is why it was so popular, because of surround sound. See, BT is don't even know the history. They need to bring somebody in like me to help them fix what's going on. It was surround sound. So that's why they were so big, because everybody wanted to show off their TV to their stereo. Like in our living room, I have 4 speakers hooked to the stereo. It was yanking in there. You hear me? Like, it was the best. I would say, I love 45s and all of that, but I would say one of the best music eras ever was the BET era. It was one of the best music eras ever because you could hear it and see it. And it was an upgrade in the stereo systems. So the stereo systems was crazy. Okay? Crazy, crazy, crazy. Okay? I'll give you an example. Okay, they standing in front of it, but behind them is the stereo. The TV and the stereo's behind them, and it's yanking in there. It's yanking. It's going. So this is why BET and MTV. Now, for black people, we don't watch MTV that much. We only turned on MTV, and they had it perfect because they had it where Rhapsody the Basement and Your MTV Raps didn't come on at the same time. So if you liked rap, you could see both shows. You could see both shows. You could turn off like one of them BET shows and go over to MTV first. And I think Dr. Dre and Their Lover came on first. And I think they only had like a half an hour or something. And then as soon as they would go off, you could turn to the Mayor. Who remember the Mayor on BET? Chris Thomas. That was before Tigger. Right? You could turn over there and you could see all your greatest rap. And it was beautiful because you've already been listening to all the other shows. Then you listen to the rap. And then when the rap go off, Donnie Simpson come back on. It was beautiful. It was beautiful, beautiful. It was beautiful. It was an easy way to have entertainment. It was an easy way to make your house sounded joyous because you didn't have to look at it. So you might be in the back room, you might be anywhere, but it's in the living room playing. You know, black people, we like music. So it was like the radio. Yeah, Joe Claire was after that. Yep. So it was like having your house sound, happy and joyous, right? It was beautiful. It was beautiful. And so then a lot of music was able to make it because you got the visuals. See, a lot of this music wouldn't have made it without the visuals. Like Nas, I know I can be what I want to be. That wouldn't have made it as a record, right? But as the visuals, and you see Nas, and you see the children, and you see all of that, and it was banging. When by the time we got to this area, now they got 106 in Park. And 106 in Park, every year, I would have a New Year's party, and 106 in Park would bring all of the acts that had the hot records that year. This was amazing. 106 in Park was super amazing on New Year's. 106 in Park would bring everybody that had a big record that year. They would bring them on 106 in Park on New Year. We would invite all the family by, right? And I didn't have to DJ. I had cassette tapes with all the records on. I could play this cassette tapes for everybody coming. And once 106 in Park start, we just turn that on and turn it up till it say Happy New Year. Then I could play some more cassette tapes. It was yanking in there because they had like, and they had a countdown to whoever had the biggest song, and it would be there live. So everybody you've been hearing in the car and on the radio all year, they there. It was off the chain. So when you get to now, BET, nobody's watching it all day. So this is where BET made a mistake because nobody never turned on BET for no particular show. BET just was on, period. Black entertainment television. It was on all day until Donnie Simpson got finished. It was on. You know what I'm saying? It was on, period. Point blank, period. It was on. It was on during the week. Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday. Saturday, they got Teen Summit and all that stuff. You might have that on for the children. So Saturday, have Teen Summit and stuff like that, but you ain't really trying to be at home listening to music like that on Saturday. You got to run errands. You got to go to the store, right? So it didn't make no sense to have no programming like that. The most valuable programming was the daytime programming while everybody going to and fro work and whoever at home to watch the children when they come home from school. Because in a black family, we have to have shifts where somebody be there for the kids. You know, somebody had to be there for the kids when they come home from school, right? So BET was fire. I'm saying all that to say that BET now, they trying to get you to turn on BET, but they need to have programming where we already is watching it. That's where they're making a mistake. That nobody's going to turn on the award show because nobody never turned on BET. BET was not a show that black people turned on to watch no particular show. BET was something we just turned on, period. MTV fell off first because MTV fell off because MTV had the Real World and they started showing all that goddamn all them reality shows. MTV started that reality show shit with the Real World. Who remember? Tell them am I lying? What was the first reality show on TV? It was the Real World on MTV. And once MTV had the Real World, they started having more and more reality shows. So everybody in the music, we stopped watching it. And then BET, after a while, they started doing that. That's when they flopped. Because, like I showed you where the music went, you know, from 45s to albums, you know, all through cassette tapes and all that, 8-track tapes, to the TV. All right. But the next place the music went, the reason everybody started watching, because the music left the TV and went to the car. This is real music history. The music left the TV. The next era after the Sony Triniton was the speakers in the trunk. So now we ain't listening to music in the house no more. We listening to music in the car. Now the car becomes the number one music apparatus. Who remember? The car became the spot for music. Wasn't doing a whole lot of music in the house no more. Music in the house died. All the music went to the car. Now you got CD changers. You got the Jamaicans and the Black Americans. Their cars banging. The automobile manufacturers start putting better stereos in the car. They used to didn't have stereos in the door, speakers in the door. You know what I'm saying? They used to didn't have speakers in the door. They used to didn't have them big woofers that came with the car automatic. And everywhere you drove, there was what? There was stereo shops to get a stereo put in your car. Who remember that? Who remember when you would drive around and there was stereo businesses where you could pull up, you can get an Alpine setup or a Sony setup put into your car. This is like the 90s. Everything go to the car, right? And the TV die because everything go to music in the car and Blockbuster. I'm giving you Black history. I'm going to Blockbuster. Now we ain't watching TV. We going to Blockbuster. Boom. We getting like 8 movies. Bang, right? 6 movies, right? You got your son 5. You got your daughter 14. Mommy and daddy. So you take your little son with you. Get a movie for him. You get a movie for his sister or his brother. You get a movie for your wife, and you get movies you want to watch. Bam, and they got the popcorn and everything right there. So now Blockbuster took over. We ain't watching TV. We doing Blockbuster. We doing Blockbuster TV over. We doing. You know what I'm saying? We doing VHS. Wow. We doing VHS. We ain't gotta wait for you to put nothing on for us to watch. We can watch what we want, right? I had the double VCR. Where I could tape on a BET, and I could edit it, and I could put all of the singing groups on a videotape. I gotta find those videotape, right? So now everything done changed. Ain't nobody really watching TV. BET starts to fall off, start putting all them goofy programs, all that goofy stuff on there. Nobody watching it no more. Nobody's watching it. Ben fell off. It was over with. It's been over with. BET died in the 90s. The only thing kept it alive, the only time people would turn it on was for 106 in Park. 106 in Park single-handedly kept BET alive because Donnie Simpson was gone already. And the only thing they had that we would turn it on for was AJ and Free. That's it. That was the only reason people turned BET on, for 106 in Park. You know what I mean? 106 in Park. 106 in Park kept it going through 2000s. And then once they lost 106 in Park, it was a wrap. Let's take a break and then we'll finish. So now, let's get to BET's problem. They don't have any programming to get people to watch the channel. BET has no chance on making you turn on to watch just one specific group of programs. They have to have you watching it anyway. And that's where they're making a mistake at. Because if you're not watching it anyway, you're not going to see the commercial for when their award show's coming on. That was the first mistake. The second mistake is, why do you have the Soul Train Awards when Soul Train don't come on no more? The money that they was trying to have too many award shows. They was trying to have the BET Awards. They was trying to have the BET Rap Awards. And they was trying to have Soul Train. That didn't make no sense. They should have got rid of Soul Train. Once Don Cornelius passed away, that was it. They should have got rid of the Soul Train Awards. For what? That's overkill. And this ain't Soul Train. This BET. Soul Train wasn't on BET. That was stupid. Why would you have Soul Train on BET? Soul Train was Soul Train. Waste of money. The money they spent in Soul Train, they could have put that into the BET Awards and the BET Rap Awards. Now, there should have never been no BET Hip Hop Awards. It should have just been the BET Awards. What the hell you separating? What? Why you got a rap award and BET Awards? The BET Awards could have just been the BET Awards for everything. Yeah, but Soul Train was done. Soul Train was over with. They was beating a dead horse. Soul Train was done. Soul Train had been done for years. Why would BET take on that cost? One of the problems, where the business people at? We talking business. One of the problems is that budget. They didn't have a budget. Any business people over here that really want to have a high level, they didn't have a budget. They didn't have a budget to make the rap awards be good. Well, how you going to have a budget when you waste the money on the Soul Train Awards? You understand? You waste the money on the Soul Train Awards. They got black people there to make decisions, but they didn't make no good decisions. One award show, the BET Awards. Now you don't got to, with the rap awards, they got to go and find too many rappers. So now you got a bunch of rappers up there that ain't really good enough to be on there. Because you're trying to fill up a rap show. Whereas if you would have just had the BET Awards include everybody. Now you could just have the big rappers there, the big R&B stars there, the big gospel stars. Why you got gospel and all this on this one and rap by itself? That don't make no sense. That doesn't make no sense. You got too many award shows. Y'all didn't think BET had too many award shows, bro. We're not trying to watch all these award shows. Have one award show. What you got a rap show for? Now you got Sexy Red on there and MC Light. That ain't gonna work. That's not going to work. Period. You got too many rappers on there. And the rappers ain't qualified to perform like that. These is babies. You can't put these shorties on there to hold nobody's attention. You're ruining the shorties. You're ruining them. Nah, when you running the business, Jack, you running your business. You ain't trying to keep up with nothing. You're trying to make sure your business pop off. You have to, you're running the business. The Grammys have categories, exactly. If you're running a business, you got to find the finances. You understand? I believe Sexy Red could be on there. She have a hot year, but it's easier to put her on there without everybody tripping if you got her just on the BET Awards. You okay? So if you got the BET Awards, now you can cut down how many rap awards you're giving out. You can give out the rap awards to whoever's really at the top. But if I put a whole 2 hours, now I got to go try to find enough rappers to fill in 2 hours. That's a budget. Then I got the soul, that's a budget. Then I got that's a budget. You don't got money like that. The BET Awards gonna be better. Yes, they gonna put the rappers, the good rappers, on the BET. Well, they should have been did that. They should have been did that. They slow. But that still ain't gonna help them. They got to get some other shows over there. Nobody just gonna turn on BET. You got to get some shows over there for us to watch it anyway. CBS, ABC, all of them. They already got stuff for people to watch. They got the news. They got this. People already turning on that. People already going to Showtime. They don't have to, Showtime don't have to depend on just one show for Showtime. Stars don't have to depend on one show for Stars. They got different programming. Different people is watching their favorite programming on Stars. Like 50. How 50 blew up? Because he was on Stars. So 50 on Stars, boom. He dropped the first show, boom, we watching that. So now when they drop another show, boom, we watching it. Why? Because we already used to going to Stars. So once you get me used to going to Stars, then every time you drop something on Stars, I'm already going over there anyway. BET trying to wait all year and then say, hey, I know y'all ain't watching us, but come watch the award show. It don't work like that. How you black entertainment television, but you spent all that money. You were supposed to get that money to 50. All 50 shows should have been on fucking BET. Why are they on Stars? You black entertainment television, you don't got 50 over there? BMF should have been over there. All them shows, all 50 shows should have been on BET. Why are you letting the Europeans get the money on Stars? Make it make some sense. Make that make some sense. We were supposed to have been going to BET watching 50. BET could have had subscriptions and everything. They could have had a whole nother channel with subscriptions and everything. You want to see these shows, you got to pay, just like everybody else. BET's supposed to have that over there. When we want to see Cat Williams, he's supposed to be on BET. All these comedians, when I go watch them, I got to go to Netflix. Why you letting Netflix get the money? Why is BET letting Netflix get the big comedian money? Mike Epps, Cat Williams. Why are they all on? What the hell? BET would be bigger than life if they had that. They'll be making billions. They all on Netflix. They supposed to be on BET. BET could have paid them if they wasn't wasting all that money with all them award shows. They lames, man. They not black entertainment television. It's black entertainment television. Why is the white Mexican over there? Why is this white Latino on BET? This is a white man that speaks Spanish. Why y'all let him host 3 years? He don't got no personality. He cap all the time. He's a weirdo. He can't walk. He knobby kneed. He not attractive. This guy is as unattractive as it get. Nobody want to see no knobby kneed white Hispanic on black entertainment television. What is we doing? 3 years in a row, he crashed the show. He crashed it. Make it make some sense. Make it make some sense. Come on now. Come on. You're like, well, Fred, what you would have did? I would have got the hottest motherfucker on social media to host it. Facts. And Tyler Perry is a flop because he's a gay man and he's trying to get gay men to play heterosexual men. And it ain't going to work. They can't sell the character. That's why Tyler whack. Because Tyler is gay and he's trying to hire gay men. When you're talking movies and stuff, you got to sell the character. If it's John Wayne, we got to believe he's a cowboy. Okay? If it's a gangster movie, we got to believe this dude is a gangster. We got to believe Humphrey Bogart is a gangster. And so an actor got to go hide theyself. Right? This is why DiCaprio was cold with it. Because when DiCaprio would do a movie, he would disappear. DiCaprio do a movie. Tell me I'm lying. He would do a movie and disappear. So 3 years later, when he do another movie, he playing a character, you could believe the character. Because you ain't seeing him every day. I watched the show with Mike Epps and Wanda Sykes. I was at a friend's house and they was watching the sitcom with Mike Epps and Wanda Sykes, and they got Wanda Sykes dating a dude. She a dude, she too duty. Who gonna believe she dating a man? She's obviously a lesbian. I ain't got nothing against lesbians, but she can't sell the character. Wanda Sykes did some writing and put herself in there. She cannot sell herself as no woman in no relationship with a man. We know this is Wanda Sykes, and we know you gay. TV's supposed to be magic. You gotta make us believe it. Who gonna believe she? You know what I'm saying? That show sucks. That show, Upshaw, is one of the worst goddamn shows on TV. That shit is trash. That's for young motherfuckers don't know what they looking at. The goddamn laugh track, they just turn it on. Every time Mike Epps says like turn laugh track, it don't even sound like a real laugh track. I was sitting there, my friend was loving it. I was sitting there like this. What the hell? Listen, the laugh track used to sound real because they used to have a live studio audience. And when they stopped having a live studio audience, they took the live laugh tracks and put the laughing tracks on the shows that didn't have a studio. So it really sounded like the audience was laughing. Now they got a computerized laugh track. That shit don't sound like nobody really laughing. Only a lame watch that shit and believe that's people really laugh. It sounds crazy. It sounds crazy. And my friend was loving the show. I was looking at the shit like this, and it was like, ha ha ha. They had this shit. They wouldn't put no space between the jokes. It was like like a prefabricated house. You say this, you say that. Ha 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 ha. You say this, then you say that. Ha ha ha. You say this, and you say that. Ha ha ha. I'm like, what the fuck is this? Shit was trash. Then they had a bunch of old ass people that been on 1,000 different sitcoms. I'm like, they couldn't find nobody else. They his wife. Come on, man. Y'all couldn't find nobody else that we could. How we supposed to believe that's your wife? We didn't sink this chick on a billion sitcoms. So you're just looking at it. What's her name? Kim Fields? Come on, bro. All the young people out here, you keep getting the same, regurgitating these same old people. It's like, what? That shit was corny as hell. But she was enjoying it. The lady I was with, she was loving it. She thought it was the greatest. I was looking at that shit like society done failed. They got no creativity, nothing. You can sell them anything. And they know they could sell anything, so they just putting anything out there. People just watch it. You know, people. I said, man, somebody need to lose a job. Somebody need to lose a job. So now the BET Awards, if they move everything to just BET Awards and get rid of the rap, now they can have a better mixture of the talent. When they have the rappers, nah, we don't want no goddamn INT. We don't want no international. We ain't fucking with no international people. Fuck them people. We want to keep some foundational Black American shit. We don't want no Africans or none of that shit. Let them niggas go to Africa and have their own shit. We don't want to have no Caribbeans or none of that. We don't really fuck with them like that. What we gonna want to watch? If that's the case, call it the. Listen, if that's the case, we call it the Op Award, because other blacks is not no friend of ours. That's another video for another day. You international blacks, y'all are not our friends. Y'all are not our brothers and sisters. Period. It's nothing brotherly or sisterly about you. And I don't want to watch you. Go get your own shit. That's a whole nother video. I don't want to watch no international blacks. International blacks are a disgrace to the race. A disgrace. Anytime you come in your brothers and sisters' turf and you compete with your brothers and sisters on their turf and you don't come to build with them, you're a rat. You're supposed to bring your ass from the Caribbean or Africa, and you're supposed to build with us, and you're supposed to push us up, and you're supposed to work with us. You come your ass over here beefing with us, disrespecting us. Our women go to get their hair braided, and then you let your people get and talk crazy about the people that's spending all this money with your black ass and the people that put their lives on the line for black people to walk around. Without foundational Black Americans, black people couldn't drink off a water fountain. Black people couldn't get on the bus. Black people couldn't get on the plane. Black people couldn't get on nothing. You black niggas from international black niggas, if it weren't for us, you would never be on no motherfucking American Airlines or no airline. They wouldn't have let your black ass fly. You never would have been able to get on a plane without the Martin Luther Kings and the Rosa Parks. Period. It would have been no blacks. You would have not been able to come from Africa and walk through no airport in no segregated United States. You wouldn't have been able to pee, use the restroom, drink off a fountain, or nothing. They wouldn't have served you no drink on no plane doing segregation. So black international blacks are a disgrace and a disappointment. Period. You're a disgrace and you're a disappointment. And you dumb as hell. Because you want to come here and get on in there talking about us, and when our sons find out, then your kids ain't going to even be safe. How stupid can you get? You gonna come to a land where we gang bang and you want to be the other gang, dummy? This to the Africans and Caribbean. You want to be the other gang, dummy, where we gang bang and you ain't built like that? You want to come to Chicago where we GD, BD, Vice Lord, Blackstone, folk on us? You want to come here tripping? You'll get did dirty. You stupid. Go back to Africa. Go back to the Caribbean. You're not a benefit. Nobody fuck with you if there's no benefit. If there's no benefit, if it doesn't benefit foundational Black Americans, then you're worthless. What we want to bring you into the fall for? That's a whole nother shit. So no international shit. International motherfuckers is what fucked it up. It should have been a foundational Black American doing it instead of a white Mexican. Any damn way. BT ain't sticking with the name. If you Black Entertainment Television, then be Black Entertainment Television. You can't be calling yourself BET, but none of your stuff is BET. Dumb as hell. Ruined the whole show. Ruined everything. We don't got no relationship with the Hispanic community. For all of this stuff, constantly trying to sell a false narrative of a relationship with a Hispanic community is ridiculous. If you're going to do something for Black Americans and you want to get their attention, you got to use Chicago as the model. I don't give a fuck what nobody told you. If you want to have a Black show, you got to use the Chicago audience for the model. You can't use New York. New York is an immigrant city. If you want to appeal to Black Americans, you got to appeal to Chicago. If you ain't shit in Chicago, you ain't going to be shit nowhere. It's a fact. We run this shit. We run all this shit. Always have. We are the kings of foundational Black America. Chicago. That's a fact. Politically, economic, all that. LA, immigrant. Miami, immigrant. New York, immigrant. You understand? You trying to sell something and you want to appeal to Black people, go where it's a bunch of Black people. Detroit, Chicago, St. Louis. And if you sell to them, then you're going to sell to New York, you're going to sell to Blacks in LA, you're going to sell to Blacks everywhere if you appeal to the core of Black people. That's how you got to make that's how you make your money. You got to find where the core is at and appeal to the core. That's how you got to make money. It's not like you just appealing to us. You're using us for the model to see what people in Philadelphia think. Like that. You use us for the model. Like if I want to appeal to white people, I'm going to go where it's a whole bunch of just mostly white people. And if they like it, then all the white people going to like it. It's just business. I'm not going to go and try to appeal to white people in LA where it's a whole bunch of Hispanics. If I want to appeal, I'm not saying nothing racist. I'm talking about business. If I'm doing a business model and I want to appeal to white Americans, I got to go where it's mostly white and then get their approval. And then all the other whites are going to like it. I'm not going to go where it's hardly no whites. That don't even make no sense. What kind of business is that? That's like trying to sell children candy and you want all the children to buy it, but you go to the old folks home, right? You try to sell some children's candy. And what you say is you go to the old folks home to see if the old folks like it. And then when you put it out, you wonder why the kids didn't buy it. Basically, just to prove I ain't talking racist, I'm talking business. You go where your model is at for your programming. Duh. BET dumb as hell. You know what I'm saying? BET stupid. Like, bruh, You know what I'm saying? Then you go get Fat Joe. You understand? Now if they just put it with the BET awards, then they can get somewhere. But when they have the rap, right? I need to be working. BET holler at me. If I got rap, if I move everything to the BET awards and I got rap, the one thing I ain't want to do is I don't want to make it top heavy with drill rap. I already know drill rap is a little controversial. I already know that the drill rappers, it's a limit in the professionalism because they don't got the backing like that in the new music era. It ain't their fault. They don't got record labels and shit behind them. So they making it from nothing. Right? So I'm gonna put the best ones on the show. Right? I'm gonna put the best ones on the show. But when I mix my rap and I bring the young people, right? I'm not just gonna have like a Sexy Red or nobody like that. I got to get like the good ones. I got to get like the G Herbo, right? So I got G Herbo, and then I got Von of 1700, right? I'll put Von of 1700 on the show. I'll put him on the show. Von off 1700. I'll put him on the show. Why? Because I'm gonna put everybody that's hot on the show. So I would put Shorty on the show for sure, because I want my show to reflect, hey, we putting the best people, whoever's hot, whoever the public like, we putting them on here. We putting them on here. We're not going to cater to the uppity people that want to hear old school rap. We're not going to cater to you. We're going to cater to everybody. Okay? We're going to cater to everybody. So, yes, I would definitely have drill rappers at my show, but not that many. That way they won't get to fighting. And I ain't got to spend too much security money. Right? So I'm going to make sure that it's security right. It's done right. But I would definitely put them on the show. I wouldn't have no problem with that. But the way I would balance it out is I would have Joey Badass on the show. I'd have Key Glock on the show with the shorties. With the drill, I'll have the spitters. You got young spitters. Get them some shine. Why Key Glock ain't at the show? Why Joey Badass ain't at the show? He one of the top young rappers coming up. Make it make some sense. What the hell's wrong with BET? Who running the ship over there? They don't know shit. They supposed to know this. So now nobody will complain. Nobody will complain. And I always bring the young ones out first, then the older rappers. I would never mix them. And by them being on the BET Awards, I don't got to have a lot of rap. So when I go through their little thing, it be quick and sweet. I don't got to worry. I don't have to worry. But I would represent them. But I would make sure that I start with the babies. I mix them with some spitters so it just don't be, I shot him and then I kill him and then I pop him and then I pop him. I pop him and then I make sure it's not too much of that. I'll let you get a couple of them in there though. But I'll have y'all the best young spitters so that the young rappers, because this we supposed to be highlighting the entertainment. BET just threw them out there. Then everybody was complaining. The way they threw Sexy Red out there, they didn't put her out there right. They put her out there wrong. Saying that everybody was down in the young lady. But they didn't put her, they didn't present her right. They didn't. They presented her bogus. They didn't put her in the best situation. They were supposed to let her come early. She deserved to be on there. She was hot as a firecracker. But they didn't present it right. It's a certain way you got to present that. If I put Vaughn on there, it's a way I'm going to present it. I'm going to put him on there. Bam. He going to do his thing. Right behind that, I'm going to have Joey Badass come to smooth it out so it's variety. I'm going to have variety, but I'm going to still represent the youth. But they supposed to show a variety of the youth too. All the youth ain't, all the young ladies ain't sexy red. All the young rappers ain't drill rappers. They didn't highlight the other young rappers. That don't make no sense. Why? Because they wasted too much money on the Rap Awards and the Soul Train Award. How much budgets did that? If they would have kept that money, guess how great the doggone awards would be? You understand? The awards would be through the roof. If you would have kept that money from them other two award shows, keep the money from the other two award shows, expand the BT Awards to another whole hour. Another whole hour. You got 3 award shows. You can have 1 award show that damn near go twice as long, make it an event. Make it an event. It's not crafty counsel, JR. Our people ain't professional. Black folks just talking. Young black men just talking. Young black women just talking. You're not stepping up to the plate with the professionalism. It got to be presented right. You got to show professionalism. How you professional when you got 3 award shows and you got to get rid of 2 of them? When you should have just had 1 in the first damn place. What the hell you need with a BET Rap Award and a BET Awards? That don't even make no sense. It's a BET Award. You give everybody an award, the rappers and everybody. Why the rap ain't there? You got the gospel, you got the R&B, rap. You're trying to have all these awards and then you have to do all of them because your budget's messed up. That's why they didn't look right, because the budget, they mess up the money. When you're in business, young people, when you're doing business, budget. Okay? When you're doing business, budget, budget, budget. Now, a lot of people say white people took it over. That ain't got nothing to do with it because black people ran it. Look, I'm the white person that own BET, but I'll hire 9 of you niggas to run the shows. How you gonna say I'm the one fucking it up? That's what I'm trying to tell them. That black people was the ones that ran them things. The whites just owned it. Listen, if I'm white and I own BET and I'm going to hire black people to run it, do I want y'all to be successful or do I want y'all to fuck my money up? I'm going to want y'all to be successful. I don't give a damn about race. I'm trying to get money. So them white people that run BT, they don't give a fuck about race. They ain't trying to sabotage no blacks. They got blacks doing it. And the black people the one messing it up. The black, listen, Jazzy, the people at the top don't run these small things. The executives don't run BET programming. They do commercials. They interested in the money. The executive at the top is working with the people that's going to put the fund in the commercial. They not working with the actual shows. They're going to have a group that do that. So when black people said white people, no, black people fucked that up. That was black people that set up that programming. No, everything does not start at the top. Because in business, Jazzy, there's different tops. There's this top, and then there's that top. And this part of the business start with that top. It don't start with this top. It's different tops. If it's a BET, if I own the channel, that the top of the shows don't start with the owners of the channel. It starts with whoever we hire to run the shows. Everybody don't run everything. That's why black people got to watch me so I can teach them business. You don't run everything from the top. You hire people to run this. So if you got a BET award show, there's people that run that. If I'm at the top, you only come to me for the budget. That's it. Okay? Bob Johnson didn't run shit. Bob Johnson didn't run BET. Debbie ran BET. Bob didn't run BET. Oh, let's take a break. I'm going to break that down. Let me break that down. All right, listen. Let's break it down with the dope gang. The man that's getting the kilos, that's all he do. He not got nothing to do with the next group that break the shit down. It don't work like that. He don't get that in and then do all that down there. This is all he do is the top work. That's it. Then there's a next person. You're responsible for the bottom work. You're the top of the bottom. Those two tops don't go together. They're two different tops. And so if you BET, the top is monitoring the bottom and trying to see what money coming from the bottom to allocate that money at the top. They're just dealing with the overall revenue that's coming in, and then they're distributing the revenue to the different branches to go make more money. And when they look at the books and you running the award shows and the money ain't coming in, then they make your offer. They either got to get rid of you because you were supposed to make that happen. They don't micromanage. You got to make it happen. You got to make it happen. The top not doing that. The top's not doing that. The top's got other things to worry about. The top's got to make sure you plugged in with the satellite and shit like that. You gotta do business with the satellite. You gotta do the broadcasting business. You can't be at the top and do the broadcasting business and the commercial business because the commercials run no matter what show y'all got. No matter what show come on, my job is to get the commercials, to make sure we plugged in with the satellite, to make sure all our licenses is done and stuff like that. If we're going to have some rap shows, somebody else is the boss of that. We don't cross into that. The big bosses, they just look at numbers. They don't tell you what to do. Period. You have to impress them. And when they don't see the numbers, they're like, okay, you fired. They not babysitting you. That's what black people got to understand. When you get hired, you are the boss of what they hire you from. The buck stops with you. So the top ain't hire Fat Joe. You have to turn in your decisions to them. So if you got to turn your decisions into the top, how is the top making the decisions? Just it depends on how big the company. When you're talking about TV, they're not micromanagers. That's what I'm trying to tell her. When you talk about the NFL and stuff like that, no, everybody got to do their job. They not micromanaging you. Do the job or get the fuck out of here. They not buying the channel for no shows. They buying the total channel for the total income from the channel. They not buying the BET Awards or nothing. They buying BET. And they make their money off of commercials that run over the whole BET, no matter what show come on. Now, if they got movies, they hire somebody to do the movies. If they got music, they hire somebody to do the music. And you got to do all that. No, they not. It's impossible. No, they not. If I got to micromanage you, I'm going to hire somebody who ain't got to micromanage. Jazzy? No. It's not a boss and workers. It's bosses. It's the big boss, the other boss, the other boss, the other bosses. It's bosses. And you got to be the boss of your division. They are not going to micromanage you. The only thing they're going to do is tell you how much money they're going to give you. That's it. We're going to give you this much. You got to take it. And you the one got to make it do what it do. And then they look at it at the end. And when they look at it at the end, you either make it do what you do or you're fired. They're not telling you shit. This is why they making changes, because if they don't make changes, they all fired. They got 24 months to turn that BET Awards around. If they don't, they all going to get fired. All of them. The bosses is not going to tell you what to do. It wasn't white people that messed it up. It's in a way, the top messed it up, in a way. Why? Because what they be doing is they don't bring in no fresh. These companies, the mistake the top made is they didn't bring in no fresh. They didn't bring in those fresh people. Debbie and all them should have been sent home. You got to bring in fresh ideas. You got to bring in fresh ideas. You can't work with the same staff in a changing business world. So the bosses, yeah, they should have been fired, all of them, years ago. They should have been flopping. So the ones at the top, yeah, they fucked it up. Because they should have fired them. They should have fired them. I would agree with Jazzy on that. But My point is that my point is this. They not micromanaging whether you white or black or no shit like that. That's on you. So this idea that them at the top told them to hire Fat Joe and trying to no, that's bullshit. Ain't nobody gonna buy that and sabotage their own money. Why would some white people buy that and fuck their own money up? That don't even make no sense. They're not doing that. They're not doing that. They're trying to get the most money as possible. But that's not what they do. And this is why I'm trying to tell you, Jazzy, everybody do what they do. They don't do that. So they can't boss something they don't do. They hire people to do that. So if I got a big business and part of my business is carpenters, they gotta know how to they gotta know how to be carpenters. I'm not a carpenter. So I'm hiring you based on you know what to do to make sure that our carpenter department runs. That's what I hired you for. I didn't hire you for me to tell you how to do this. That's not how that goes. It don't go like that. I'm hiring you because that's your expertise. You're supposed to do that. I don't even do that. I'm in the finances and I'm into something totally different. Dame is a fool. Dame is an idiot. Dame is a fool. Dame Dash is not the person to listen to. Dame Dash is a goddamn idiot. Dame Dash said that everybody need to work for themselves. Well, how in the fuck you going? But then he got people working for him. Dame Dash is an idiot. Dame Dash wouldn't have made nothing without Biggs and Jay-Z. Dame is an idiot. Dame talk all that black shit, and his whole family ain't a black motherfucker around him. That nigga there. Dame is just talking. He's a total bad example to listen to as far as business. If it wasn't for Jay-Z, Dame wouldn't have made $1. No, he's not correct. He talking stupid. Dame talking stupid. What do you mean how they run the business when he was in a position to run the business and fucked it up? Dame is talking stupid. Don't listen to him. You get these blacks that don't get in there and do what they're supposed to do, and then they blame the white man. Dame is an idiot. Dame wouldn't have made shit because he can't rap. Jay-Z is the money. Dame can't make no money without the rapper. Period. The rapper got the value. Dame got no value. The rapper. Back to what I'm trying to tell you, Jazzy. If I'm the CEO of Rule the World Records, listen to me, sweetheart. I run a record label. Let's say I hire Orlando to be a rapper. Orlando got to be the boss of Orlando. I cannot be the boss of Orlando. I could be the boss of the label. But Orlando's got to be his own built-in boss, because if he don't do what he need to do, he not going to make no money. And if he don't bring no money in, I'm not bringing no money in. Dame is talking shit. Dame, Big the one was the quiet businessman. Somebody had to have money to invest. That wasn't Dame money. That was big, and Jay-Z was the masterminds behind that shit. Dame was just taking the credit. That's why Dame is where he's at and Jay-Z's where he's at. You already see who the boss was. It never was Dame. Dame always been a fucking idiot. This is why I got to come out here, because they telling y'all wrong. That's not how business go. Everybody got to be a boss. Everybody. When I'm the CEO of the record label, I'm hiring bosses. You got to be able to boss your shit. I cannot boss your stuff. These are two different jobs. I can't do that job. I'm doing a total different job. What I'm supposed to do, that job and that? I can't. Nobody, no company could do that. No company is ran like that. Companies are not ran like that. Everybody's a boss. That's why they got what they call what? Departments. And you have to run your department. You are the boss. You are hired to make the final decision there. We hiring you based on you can make the final decision. That's it. We're not hiring you based on I got to make the final decision. Business don't work like that. Business doesn't work like that. Y'all thinking about a boss in a small ass business. Yeah. In a small business, I'm the boss and I do everything. But when you start talking about media, music, grocery store chains and shit, it don't work like that. You got to be the boss. Period. You are getting hired to run everything. You're getting hired to make the final decision for your section. That's why we hired you. That's why they call him the boss of bosses. The mob too. You can't keep going to the dime. You got to run your family. Period. If you keep coming to the dime, they got to get rid of you. They need somebody who could do that without going to the dime. You can't keep going to the dime. You can't show me nowhere where you could do that. You can't do that. You're being hired to run this shit. Name any business, and I can name all the different branches. They have to run by themselves. They all have to run by themselves. If you own a food chain, all of them people have to run their position, period. The person that's responsible for the deliveries, that's a whole company within the company. I don't got nothing to say about that. I have a whole different things I'm doing. I'm not doing that. And then people that's in charge of the programming at BET is fucking up. They supposed to make all the decisions, and they've been making the wrong decision. And now people want to blame white people. White people did not fuck that up. Them black people fucked that up. Period. If them black people don't want Fat Joe ain't there. So y'all telling me that if them black people in them high positions don't want Fat Joe, that the top will put him in there anyway? No, they will not. No, they're hiring you, putting their trust in you that you're going to bring in the bread. Nobody hires you and then help you bring in the bread. That don't make no sense. You get hired based on we believe you're going to go out there and get the bread that you can work on your own. Nobody's hiring you if you gotta report to them. Business don't work like that. If somebody hire you and you got to report to them, and they find somebody that ain't got to report to them, they firing you, and they gonna hire a dude can stand up on his own 2 feet, and the numbers just come back in. They just want to see the numbers. They don't want to hear all that shit. They don't give a fuck who on the show. They don't give a fuck who you put on that show. They don't care. They want to see the numbers after the show over. That's it. Period. That's all they judge you by. There was black people in high positions at BT. I know this for a fact. I'm a businessman. There was no white people calling them shots. Period. Even when Johnson owned it, he wasn't calling them shots. He wasn't calling them shots. That's not what he do. He wasn't. Johnson don't do that. I'm telling y'all don't want to listen. If you don't want to listen, I'm telling you what's going on. These is facts. If we was outside, I'll take people money. I'll bet you take your money. Yeah, I take people money. And you can go check this shit and everybody gonna say you're 100% right. They take your money. Usually I don't be showing stuff because I be trying to bet people. But for y'all, I'm gonna show y'all. I'm gonna show y'all who called all the shots for that. Because some people don't believe I know what I'm talking about. Let me show you who's responsible for all that. Let me show you who's in charge of all of that. And whose job is finna be on the chopping block if things don't turn around. Watch this. This is who's responsible for all this fucking stupid ass fiasco going on over there. That's a fact. This is who's responsible. This is who's responsible for all them mishaps with them shows. That's a fact. That's who's responsible. That's 100% facts. That's who's responsible. That's who the boss is. That's the boss of that. That's a fact. He's supposed to make sure all that shit run. That's how the business goes, black folks. That's how it run. That's how the business go. That's how it go in real life. When you get that job, that's what you're getting paid for, to run it. They don't want you coming. They don't want you asking them nothing. They make that clear when they hire you. Can you do this? Period. Right off the top. Can you do this? Because I got other shit to do. And there's buffers between him. There's buffers between him. If he don't do what he's supposed to do, then the buffer is in trouble. It's a lot of buffers before you get to the top. The top is not doing a goddamn thing. The top ain't doing shit. He got a top, but the top is a lower top. His top is not up there. This his top right here. This is where the buck stops. The buck stops right here. That's it. When the word from the very top come to her that he got to go, he's out of there. And then she will replace him. You understand? She got to replace him. Trust me, Jazzy, this man got credentials. You can't just get that job just by getting in the bed. You understand? So he is the one who's head on the chopping block, just like Leonard said. If they don't do what they got to do, right? So in other words, if I hire you and you don't do what you got to do, then there's a boss over me. Then the boss over me is asking me why you ain't doing what you're supposed to do. The boss is at the real top. They just looking at the numbers and they saying why our numbers is low. They're not looking at no fucking details at the very top. This is what I'm trying to tell Jazzy J. At the very top, they ain't looking at shit but the numbers. That's it. That's all they looking at. At the very top. They not looking at who did shit. They don't give a fuck. At the very top, all they know is call Debbie. Why are these numbers down? Shit. All they give a fuck is what you call the bottom line. That's it. The bottom line at the very top, all they dealing with is the bottom line. Y'all supposed to deal all that. If y'all can't do all that, then heads got to roll. Then they make a decision how far the heads go. If it's too egregious, she got to go and he got to go. That's how business works. Nobody hiring you to micromanage you. Business don't work like that. That don't work like that. In the streets, if I'm the hitman, I got no communication with the top. I know my job. They not telling me what to do. They not telling me what to do if I'm the hitman for my organization. They not telling me shit. That's my job. I'm the boss of the hits. They're not telling me nothing. There's no recording. There's nothing. They just will come and say, you know, Kevin been messing up lately. Shit. I got to know what that means. They're not going to tell me, Kevin been messing up lately. Go handle that. Go do something. They're not, no. I am the boss of the hits. Period. And if I don't take care of that, her age don't play a factor because they hiring people supposed to do the job. She don't make those decisions, Michael. This is what I'm trying to tell you. She does something else. She would hire me to make those decisions and put her faith in me to run it. This is how this is done. I'm just showing you who run this shit, Jazzy. This is just who run this shit. I'm just showing you the levels of the boss. You get lost in the sauce. These are the bosses. I don't got nothing to do with who the boss. These are the bosses. These are the people whose head on the chopping block. Under him is some black people don't look like Fat Joe. They're supposed to do their job. When it comes down from her to him, then he go down to them, and then they lose their job. That's what I'm trying to tell you. Everybody got to micromanage what they're supposed to do. The people under him, they don't. The people under him got to do what they're supposed to do. This is how business is ran. Look, let me tell you something. Let's take a home. Let's take a home. Me, my wife, I got a son, 15. I got a daughter, 13. Do I have to come home and tell my son to take the garbage out? No. He the boss of the garbage. Do I got to tell my daughter? We already told her, you vacuum, you take the garbage out. That's it. Who gonna micromanage him when I come home from work? When I come home from work, my son better do his job. My daughter better do her job. I'm not micromanaging you. Ain't nobody got to tell me to fucking feed you. Daddy doing his job. Ain't nobody telling me, hey, you got to do your job. I was the boss of the garbage, vacuuming upstairs, taking the cat pan outside to clean up from the cat litter. That was my position. I was the boss of that. I had to do that. I had to make sure everything was swept up and everything was clean in my position. That was my position. I was the boss. My daddy don't want me reporting to him. He don't want to hear that shit. Ain't no up the ladder. It stopped with me. He not coming every day telling me a damn thing. He's telling you one time, do this, and that's that. This is how business is ran. This is why black folks can't do no business, Jazzy, because we can't find no underbosses. You're really exposing, Jazzy, what's wrong with us. Let's take a break and we'll finish. The people that's supposed to be doing their job at BET not doing a good job. They done got cussed out. Look, tell me I'm lying. Listen, why y'all think this happened? Put it in the chat. What happened the reason they suspended the Soul Train Hip Hop Awards. What y'all think happened? What y'all think happened? The reason this happened. Put it in the chat. Look, they aren't gone. BET CEO Scott Mills confirmed in a statement. BET has officially hit pause on two of its iconic shows, the BET Hip Hop Awards and the Soul Train Awards. Both award shows have reportedly been suspended indefinitely, according to the network. BET CEO Scott Mills confirmed the news in an interview with Billboard, saying, "So for BET Linear, we have suspended the Soul Train and Hip Hop Award shows, but we have a team that's actively thinking about where those award shows might best live as media climate continues to evolve." And he is the top of that part, not the white people that own it. The buck stops right there. This is how you do business. He got to handle all that. If they got to handle it, he's fired. If they got to handle it. To me, I don't see the purpose of both of them. I think the rap awards hurts the BET awards. Just have the BET awards. It'll be bigger. There'll be more people there because now you got the rap crowd coming too. It'll be a much bigger show. The Soul Train Awards, but all the award shows, if I was there, if they gave me that money, if I was there, I would save the award shows because I would take them to YouTube. I would take them to YouTube. That's what I would take them. If they gave me that job, I'd take them to YouTube because why would I wait to have it on TV when it could be on everybody's phone? I can cut a deal with YouTube with the advertisers. I can get a certain percentage of the advertising bucks with YouTube. And now people, truck drivers is riding, they got their headphones on, they can hear the shit. What if you ain't home? You know what I'm saying? So BET can holler at me. You know what I'm saying? I'll get the money back. Take that shit to YouTube. TV dead. If that shit on YouTube, they'll have more viewers than ever before in their life. Nurses at work is listening to it. Everybody at work, everybody traveling. You know what I'm saying? I put that shit on YouTube. Shit'll go through the goddamn roof. Look how big Versus was. Versus was big because you could see it on you could see it on Instagram. Because I'm in touch with FBA. That's my point. I mean, you got to understand this ain't got nothing to do with FBA. This is about business. I don't say take it to YouTube because I'm in touch with FBA. I said take it to YouTube because I'm in touch with the money. This got nothing to do with FBA. FBA did not teach me the money in YouTube. YouTube taught me the money in YouTube. I ain't learned that shit from FBA. FBA ain't got nothing to do with that. I'm a businessman. FBA is some new shit. I've been a businessman. How long FBA been? FBA been what? By what, 4 years, 5 years they started FBA, calling each other FBA. All right. I ain't had a motherfucking job since motherfucking 19 what? 70, 78, 79. I ain't worked for nobody. No, I'm a boss already. This ain't got nothing to do with black culture. If you take it to YouTube, you're going to get all people. You're going to get all the money. You're going to get white folks, everything. This ain't got to do with black. YouTube, not black culture. Mm-mm. I'm a businessman. And I think young. These motherfuckers think, oh, that's the problem. It ain't the black. It ain't the fact. It ain't the fact that they not black. It's the fact that they ain't in tune with the young shit. I'm in tune with the young shit. It ain't black. I'm not streaming on StreamYard on all these platforms because I'm black. I'm doing that because I'm in tune with the young shit. It ain't got to do with my race. You know what I'm saying? I'm doing it because I'm in tune with the young, what you got to do in the future. I'm up on the new technology and shit. So it ain't got nothing to do with FBA. The way I'm thinking. It ain't got nothing to do with nothing. It's business. It's just business. Business is business. Business is not FBA. If business was FBA, business would be failing because FBA ain't standing on shit. They ain't even standing on reparation. So FBA is really nothing to brag about. FBA whack right now as far as standing on business. If I was representing FBA, I wouldn't be standing on shit. FBA not organized, not unified, ain't pushing nothing. FBA ain't doing shit. This ain't gonna do FBA lames right now. They just hollering FBA. They ain't standing on a goddamn thing. They just FBA, 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 and ain't doing shit. Motherfuckers ain't got an FBA toilet. They ain't got an FBA toilet to piss in or FBA window to throw it out of. FBA is lame. Really? They ain't standing on shit. If I was reparations, if I was standing on FBA, I wouldn't be talking about none of this. FBA can't even promote shit. They can't even promote, FBA not even promoting reparations. FBA is some goddamn goofies constantly talking about tethers and white people and tethers and shit. They ain't trying to get the fucking bag. I definitely ain't, FBA ain't got shit to do with this. FBA some goddamn, FBA ain't standing on the bag. How you put anything over reparations? So you want to argue with Africans and you don't want to get your money from Bank of America and all these people? FBA ain't standing on none of that shit. So this ain't got nothing to do with FBA. This is me trying to show young black people corporate business. Which corporate business is Asian, white, black, whatever. Corporate business is corporate business. This corporate, I'm teaching them corporate. I ain't teaching them no racial shit. This ain't got nothing to do with no motherfucking race. This got something to do with black folks not really standing on business and working their business the way they supposed to work it. That's the problem with BET. That black folks ain't standing on business. The fact you even let white people buy it with all these rich niggas out here. That's a failure right there. But them white people, they ain't trying to fuck BET up. That's all bullshit. Don't y'all listen to that shit. Ain't nobody buying nothing and trying to sabotage their own money. That don't even make no damn sense. You think white people gonna buy this shit and fuck this shit up? They bought this shit to make money. They bought this shit to make. They bought that shit to make money. I'm never gonna buy into white people bought some shit and trying to fuck it up. They don't give a fuck about that. The people that get money, they don't give a fuck about race. Trump don't represent money. He an idiot. The people at the top get money, they don't do race. None. Somebody be like, well, Pharaoh, they don't hire you. They don't hire you for the money, not for the race. They hiring their relatives for the money, to keep the money. Now, they're not hiring you because you black. They not hiring you because they want the money. They hiring their own so the money stay in the family. It ain't got shit to do with race. It got something to do with family. They want to keep the money in the family, period. It don't got nothing to do with race. That's all bullshit. They don't also give if your legacy or history is demolished. They don't give a fuck about legacy. Business is business. Business got nothing to do with legacy or history. That's what I'm trying to tell you. History is bullshit. Jazzy, history ain't shit. History, the worst class you could take. The worst thing you could learn is history. History is fucking worthless. History is worthless. You can't make no money with history. History is bullshit. You need to be taking math, science, shit like that. Business, history, smithery. Nobody makes money from history. History is just a bunch of bullshit. Business is futuristic. It ain't historical. The whole idea that, oh, they trying to sabotage black people. Listen, man, if they trying to sabotage black people, what is black people doing? Okay, this white people. You say white people trying to sabotage black people. Okay, this is black people. What are black people doing? Are black people trying not to be sabotaged, or is black people suckers easily to be sabotaged? Because can't nobody sabotage you if you're standing on business. The only motherfucker you can sabotage is the idiot. At what point is black people going to take responsibility for fucking up and stop blaming white people? White people ain't got shit to do with our position at this point. Our position is based on black people ain't standing on shit. Period. They constantly blaming the white man, but they ain't doing shit. Period. You can't get niggas to do nothing. That's the white man fault? That's the white man fault that you can't get no brothers to get together and start no business. You can't get no women to get together, start no business. Are you fucking serious, me? Serious? Is that the Africans' fault that the black American woman won't open up no goddamn hair braid as she going to the Africans? No, that's your own fault. Why is you going to the Africans to get your hair braid? Bitch, you can't braid out yourself? You can't put no money together and open up salons? That's all bullshit. Victimism. That's why the people don't respect black people, because you always playing the victim, but you ain't standing on shit. You ain't, them niggas at BT ain't doing a good job. This ain't got nothing to do with white people. None at all. That's all bullshit. Black people ain't on shit. Boss up and see. Y'all work jobs. Boss up. Boss up and go get some niggas and start some shit. I bet you can't. I bet you Jazzy can't get 10 niggas to do shit. I bet she can't get 10 black women to do nothing without white people being involved. I guarantee you she can't. We've been braiding hair before Africans even got over here. We don't get along. See, everybody else, they'll get along to get the money. Africans will come over here and work together and get the money. Chinese will come over here and work together and get the money. Whites will work together to get the money. Hispanics will work together to get the money. Black Americans won't work together to get the money. Period. Black Americans is fucking lames. Hell, you can't even get FBA and ADOS to work together for fucking reparations. What kind of example is them niggas setting? What, do I really got to tell it all? You can't even get the people for reparations to get together for fucking reparations. They beefing and shit. Tell me if I'm lying. Then, when we fuck up and can't do nothing, then we say black people, then we say white people stopping us. When the reality is, if you're in Chicago, niggas the one gonna kill you and rob you. White people ain't gonna touch you. White people ain't gonna touch you. Africans ain't gonna touch you. Jamaicans ain't gonna touch you. Trinidadians, you come to Chicago, and if you get shot, it's gonna be by a black person. 95% of the time, 5% of the time it's gonna be the police. You come to Chicago, you in danger from black people. You ain't in no danger from no white police. That's a fact. White police ain't gonna do shit to me out there. Black men unalive me out there. Black men don't want to do no business out there. You can't get black people to get together to do nothing. Nothing. It's just like this chat. Soon as I go live, motherfuckers argue with me. It's already been proven in the chat. Look how much time I have to stop when I'm talking about to go back and forth with a motherfucker. That's the same way you is in business. We try to start a business and we have a meeting, and I'm going to spend how much time going back and forth with 2 or 3 of these people at the meeting. Instead of us moving on, it's going to be back and back and back and back and back. Whites don't implement shit. That's all bullshit. That's all bullshit. Whites ain't implementing shit. That's bullshit. That's victimism. I ain't trying to hear that shit. White people ain't think about y'all black ass. They getting their money as white people. They out there getting their money. They is not thinking about you. That's bullshit. He don't know what he talking about. He talking that shit, but who running YouTube? He on they shit. He on white people YouTube. Why ain't he on the black YouTube? Well, we would have a black YouTube, but white people stopping us. White people stopping something that you never start. Y'all ever notice that you say white people stopping us, but you can't never show where we started? Because I can't believe nobody's stopping you if you ain't show where you start. Can you stop your car if it ain't moving? Can you stop your car if your car not moving? If your car in park, could you hit the brakes and stop it? There's a fact. G-Rock from Africa tell you the Africans holding the Africans down. White people not holding the Africans down. Everybody know in America. Guess who hates the black woman the most? Black women. Black women hate Jazzy more than white people, black men, than anybody. The main people that hate Jazzy is black women. They can't stand her. Hey, Jazzy, you know I ain't lying. Her biggest enemy is the one look just like her. Can't stand her. Hate her. White folks ain't stopping shit. That's an illusion. That's an illusion. They don't got the power to stop you. How you the strongest race, but somebody can stop you? That don't even make no sense. Why is it? It's because it's like that because we don't understand business. It's not Willie Lynch or nothing that. We never was taught business. The whole time we were slaves for what? For businesses. So whites been in business ever since they came to this country. They built this country off of the cattle business, off of the railroad business, off of banking business, off of cotton business, off of slavery was a business. Slavery was not racial. That's all bullshit. You wasn't no slave because you was black. That's all bullshit. You was a slave because you don't sunburn and you could pick the cotton without dying. White folks couldn't be in the sun like that because they going to get sunburns and shit. So they had you pick the cotton because your body was equipped to work in the sun. That's it. Had nothing to do with racism. They used racism for the other white people. They told the poor whites, we doing that because they niggers. They was lying. They was doing it for money. It had nothing to do with your color and none of that. It had something to do with your ability to work in the sun and the fact that you came from East Africa where the best cotton come from. The best cotton in the world is Egyptian cotton. And 80% of black Americans come from East Africa, from Kemet. The other 20% come from here. Black folks ain't from West Africa. Black folks are from Central and East Africa. Well, not 80%, but that's what they were saying. It's probably more like 60, 65%, 15% from Central Africa, and then the black ones that was already over here. But no, that was all business. Disguise. They used the racism for the business. It was all business. And Willie Lynch was just bullshit for business. They just made that shit up for business. That's it. The Willie Lynch shit was all for business. It's not real. There was no such thing as racism until money. Racism is some new shit. There wasn't no racism like that. That shit didn't exist. There was no such thing as white people. They didn't become white until business. Why would they tell you that? Yeah, they're going to tell you racism, you a nigger, is this and that. They not going to tell you the facts. You think they're going to tell you the truth? This is about business? They not going to tell you that. Listen, if this is about business, you want to hide it, right? Listen to psychology. If this is about business, the way they treat us, you want to hide that, right? So now people are going to be searching for what's hidden. So what do? You take other shit and hide it on top of that. So now when you start searching, you find this shit. Say, oh, this is it. It's our melanin is this and that. But they got that covering up the real hidden gems. So it's like I dig a hole real deep and I put the gold in there. Then I cover it in a little bit. Then I put like some other stuff in there, like some silver. So when you dig and you hit the silver, you're going to pull the silver up and you ain't going to dig no more. You'll never think it's gold down under there. So that's what they do. They bury information on top of the real information. Then when you dig up the information, it's false. This is our business. That's why they won't eliminate you. If it was race, they would have killed you. They would have tried to kill all the black folks. Why they didn't kill all the black folks? Because it's about business. They lose money. They're not going to kill you. These other blacks that think whites will kill black, they'll never kill black Americans. Never. Ever. That's money. Why would they kill the money? We the money. They're not going to kill you. They got the FBI and all the race groups. As soon as the race haters want to do something else, they arrest them. Y'all ain't never noticed why they always bust white supremacists when they got a plot to kill us? You better not try to kill us. You try to kill us, you kill the money. This all business. All this shit is business, black folks. If they keep you divided, what you can't do? You can't do business. You can't do business if you're divided. I'm giving y'all a game. Y'all better listen. Let's take a break, then we finish. Look, what's stopping black Americans from having award show tours? What's stopping black Americans from creating our own award show? We can't get on TV right away, but we can have tours. We can have an award show tour, and we'll make all the fucking money. Billions. Every year, you pick the top artists and they go on tour. You can go like a Lollapalooza. You can go for 2 days and see all the top black artists. It'd be constantly sold out. It would raise enough money to get a spot on TV. You don't need them. But you ain't thinking independent. If you had an award show tour, that bitch will sell out. Sold out. Won't be no violence because it's too much different music. You got gospel there, you got R&B there, you got rap there, you got everything. So the crowd will be too mixed. The black folks that act crazy, they don't do that when they get around a bunch of black folks that don't act crazy. We know how to keep them niggas in line. We could have been had our own award show and our own tours ourselves. But we don't have the infrastructure to build no business. We don't got the cooperation. We don't got the mindset that the Asian and the white got. We don't got that mindset yet. We have an inferior mindset that the white man is everything, everything the white man doing it. See, that's a loser mentality. Because then you scared. You already expecting them to sabotage your shit. So then you self-sabotage your own stuff. The fear of white supremacy keep you down. You can't go nowhere. Black Wall Street wasn't shit but a couple blocks. They just called it Black Wall Street. That wasn't shit. They overhyped that, Jazzy. Black Wall Street was a couple blocks of niggas in Oklahoma. It was not really, they just called it Black Wall Street. It was just a few niggas with some shops. That's it. It wasn't big historically like they try to tell y'all. They call it Black Wall Street to make you think it was like big like corporate today. No, it was blacks that had their own little shops and everything. But technically, it wasn't like Wall Street. That's an overstatement. Who believed that shit was economically as powerful as Wall Street? Not even close. It was a black part of town where black people lived, had their own shops and businesses and shit like that, and they burnt the shit down. They called it Black Wall Street. But it really wasn't equivalent to Wall Street. Not really. Not really. How they gonna destroy your shit when everybody got pistols and guns now? Niggas ain't have guns like that now. Niggas got chopper switches and all that. It's fucking 2025. What do you mean Black Wall Street? Y'all really believe white people could come here and do something to blacks in Chicago? We'd tear their ass up. What Black Wall Street got to do with 2025? This is what I said, G-Rock. They psychologically in chains. They scared of Black Wall Street shit. Some shit that happened way back when blacks was in no power at all. You can't compare Black Wall Street blacks to blacks in 2025. That's ridiculous. How you gonna compare that to that? That wasn't the government did that. That was a small town that did that they self. Black Wall Street wasn't shit compared to today. Black Wall Street was some shit blacks had way back in the day. Well, small city of whites even was able to get a plane come and drop bombs and shit. And that was some local white people doing some shit with their little power. Black Wall Street is not applicable to today. It's a fear tactic that's used to stop you from doing something because you scared of blowing fucking Black Wall Street. When black folks did not have guns like today, there wasn't 50 million black people. That wasn't Chicago. That was some black folks surrounded by white folks. And it's totally irrelevant to today. Black Wall Street is irrelevant to 2025. Y'all really proving my point. That fear, you scared. Black Wall Street is the biggest bullshit that they keep bringing up. They wasn't making shit compared to today, Jazzy. It was just a little town where they was doing what they was doing and they was making some money. They wasn't making that kind of money because there wasn't enough niggas to even make that kind of money. That's all bullshit. You ain't got no professors out here that can show me how that shit is relevant in 2025. Black Wall Street is totally irrelevant. It has no relevance as today. None. So when you was a shorty and a candy bar cost 5 cents and now it costs $2, it was still a candy bar. I don't understand what you're talking about. Because when I was a shorty, I bought a candy bar. It's the same motherfucker selling candy bars today. So I don't understand what you're talking about. And the only reason I gotta buy a candy bar is because you niggas won't make no candy bars. Nigga, go make some candy bars. I'll buy your motherfucking candy bar. But don't sit up there and don't make no candy bar and tell me nothing about buying nobody else no candy bar, but you won't make no motherfucking candy bars. What's stopping you from making your own motherfucking candy bars? 2025. What, you scared? If you scared, go to church. Pray to white Jesus. Ain't nobody stopping us from doing nothing. We stopping ourselves. The black man is a bitch. He won't work with you. Do y'all know y'all talking to? You can't get the black man to get together to do nothing. If you own 35 city blocks today, you think that's economical to 35 city blocks back then? You ain't making no sense, Jazzy. You got 35 city blocks and no guns, but a handful. That's why they shot the shit out your ass. 35 city blocks a day equal how many guns and how many black people would have guns in the rest of that area. So I don't know why you're trying to compare something that ain't got nothing to do with 2025. I don't know what you're talking about. Did black people back then have as many guns as black people today? No. I rest my case. If black people back then, had they been to World War I, World War II, had they been to Vietnam, have they been to these modern wars, Iraq, Afghanistan, were black people back then as military trained as today? Did we have as many black police back then than we got today? How many black police is in Chicago? Y'all just be making up bullshit. Some old shit that's irrelevant. Some motherfucking Black Wall Street, some bullshit. That's why we can't go. Look at this shit. Look at all the excuses why we can't do nothing. There are approximately 2,344 black police officers in the Chicago Police Department. Did they have 2,300, 2,400 black police at Black Wall Street? Did Black Wall Street have 2,400 armed black police? Yes or no? I rest my case again. Fuck, I give a fuck about Black Wall Street. The youth got the guns. She think only the youth got guns. Where you live at, Jazzy? What city you live in? Your daddy alive, he don't got no guns? Your uncles ain't got no guns? None of the older men in your family got no guns. That what you saying? You trying to make a point, so you reaching. She reaching. She know that shit ain't real, but she trying to make a point. I understand. She determined to make a point, but she failing horribly. She's failing. Look, y'all. I understand. I got love for Jazz. That's my girl. You got to understand, people don't like what I say. Because guess what I'm supposed to do? I'm supposed to feed y'all the same narrative. That's why I'm not liked. You understand? There's narratives being fed. And when I come and feed you the other narrative nobody want to hear. But I'm the king revolutionary on social media. There ain't no other revolutionaries like me on this bitch. There is no niggas like me on social media. I'm number one. This a fact. I'm almost 70 years old. I was really that. I'm really that nigga. Y'all just fortunate I'm on social media. That's a fact. So nobody want to hear it because nobody don't want to realize who you listening to. We live in a world where you got to be unalive before you be great. And I won't be unalive because I'm plant-based. So they ain't going to let me be great. I got to be dead to be great. Now, if I was dead, all this shit I'm saying would be the greatest shit ever. But because I'm not dead, then what I'm saying ain't shit. But I'm the number one nigga out here. Ain't nobody out here better than me with this shit. Nobody. There is nobody on my level. There's nobody got no skin in the game like me. Period. On social media. That's a fact. Name me somebody got skin in the game like me. Name somebody that been outside as long as me. Name me one black motherfucker over here that was outside pushing the line all these years. Name one. Name one. It ain't now. It's just a fact. So most people don't know who they listening to. It's the reason I ain't monetized, because I'm number one. Why everybody else monetized? Why YouTube on my bumper? I'm really him. Ain't nobody out here fucking with me. I'm telling y'all the facts. Listen, look, that's a young me kicking the damn police car. That's when I was a baby. This is really it. I'm giving you the real information. I haven't had a job since the 70s. I had to work for myself or cut my fucking hair. And because I didn't want to cut my hair, I either had to bow to the white man and cut my hair, or I had to go out there and figure out how to make some money. And all the time, I would try to get black people together and make some money. They just never could do it. The black man can't work together. He complained about the white man who worked together. That's what I don't understand. How you complain about somebody, say they dominating you, but don't emulate the things he doing to dominate you. That makes sense? That's why I ain't on that white man shit. Because he's showing you what he do to dominate you. You won't do it. You won't function like how he functions. So it's like, at what point is it? It's your fault. Everybody know it. Why you think it's a beef right now between the Africans and Caribbeans and the FBA? Because the other blacks know black Americans ain't doing no business. The only thing you know how to do is work for somebody else. You're a good slave, you'll go work for master, but you won't work for yourself. A black person to go work at a job and do everything the boss at that job told them to do, if that boss is white or whatever. If they work for a black person, they won't do shit. They'll hate on you. They don't respect you like they respect a white man. The black man and the black woman respect a white man. They don't respect the black man or the black woman. That's why your Santa Claus white, your Jesus white, your God is white, all your shit is white. Because you don't respect black. You don't believe in black. You don't believe black people can accomplish nothing. To the point where you don't even give black people the credit for working at BET. You saying the white people doing everything. You won't give the credit to the blacks over there. Because there's black people over there running shit at BET. But you don't want to see that. You want to say white people own it. That ain't got nothing to do with running your position at a company. Owners don't run shit. Owners are just investors. Investors don't invest in nothing they gotta run. Investors invest in shit that run already. I'm giving y'all game. Investors invest in shit that's running already. Entrepreneurs build. Now you got white entrepreneurs that are getting your stuff and try to build it, but big money investors, they look for things that's already making money and they just invest in it. They don't invest. I'm trying to tell them, Javon, investors want you to do everything. If whatever job you get, young black people, you got to do the job. They're not hiring you to micromanage you. That's bullshit. They're hiring you to go get the money. When they interview you, that's how they determine if they interview you. They listen to you to see if you're a person they got to tell what to do or you got initiative. If you got initiative, you hire. But if they see any kind of way where they got to micromanage you, they not finna hire you. They can't stop what they doing to micromanage you. They want you to come in and get the money. Black people don't understand the money management is a job on its own. The people that own BET, they own a lot of other shit. And that's where they spending their energy on their investments that's bringing in the money to run BET. But we don't understand that. They got to concentrate on what's getting them the money to buy. Where did they get the money to buy BET? From other shit. So they got to concentrate on that. Like I got a friend working Neiman Marcus. Saks just bought them out. Saks got to concentrate on whatever they did to buy them out. They can't turn around and run Neiman Marcus. They buying you and you got to run it. They not buying it to run it because they didn't get the money from Neiman. They got the money from whatever they did and they got to keep concentrating on what they did to get the money. So if I'm a drug dealer and I'm out dealing and I give Jazzy money to open a beauty shop, she got to run the motherfucker. I got to sell drugs. I cannot help her. I'd invest in her if I got to help her. I'm only putting the money in because she get money already. She can't ask me shit about that shit. I got to sell these drugs. I can't put it no simpler than that. That's how business go. The people at the top got to keep the money coming in from the top. They not getting their money from BET. They getting their money from somewhere else. And they got to focus on that. And then they give you money and they want to see if that money growing to put some more money to invest in this. They invested in it because they believe they believe in you. They don't believe they got to help you. Black people don't go like that. Black folks fucking BET up ain't making the good decisions. Wasting them people money, fuck them people money up with 3 goddamn award shows. That's mismanagement on their part. Why y'all got 3 award shows? Soul Train Award. Who the fuck want to see the Soul Train Award? Soul Train is over. Soul Train Awards. There ain't no Soul Train. Where is Soul Train at? That don't even make no sense. The Soul Train Awards. The Soul Train Awards made sense when Soul Train was still on TV and still functioning. Soul Train is gone. You understand? When these people buy these companies, they don't run these fucking companies. Y'all need to listen and learn. They don't run when these big corporations buy the company, they buying the company. They not buying no work. They not buying no work. They not buying the company work. They looking at the company and say, this is popping. They making money, buy it. And they want you to keep doing what you're doing. They're not coming in. They're not coming in and doing shit. Them white folks ain't coming in tomorrow. We want to turn it white and all that. Y'all really believe white people will invest in a white BET? That sound like a good investment? When them motherfuckers hired Fat Joe and them people at the top seen it, they're like, Fat Joe, all right, well, let's see. Maybe they know what they're doing. That's how they looked at it. Hey, let's see. Maybe they know what they're doing. Then they say, oh, they don't know what they're doing. Fat Joe, what the fuck is going on? Let me show you something, black people. Listen and learn. This means somebody got chewed out. This means the people at the top that bought it call motherfuckers in the office and say, hey, y'all bottom line, we don't know what the fuck y'all doing, but this ain't looking like a good investment. Fix it or we're going to have to make some changes. But they not finna tell you how to fix it. This right here, this show you the top. They complained to the blacks that run it. They complained to the blacks that run it. The blacks that run it, they main man that's really hands-on is BET CEO Scott Mills. It came down from the top of the blacks that run it down to Scott. Hey, Scott, bitch, go do something or you out of here. Because black folks made the bad decision, and at the top, they don't like the decisions they've been making. Because you see at the top, they don't know what you're doing. They don't know what you're doing. G-Rod tell you, they don't know what you're doing when they look at the numbers. Then when the numbers ain't right, they say, we losing money with this BET investment. They're like, how's our investment with Charmin Tissue? Oh, it's popping. How's our investment with Crane farming equipment? Oh, it's popping. How's our investment with BET? Oh, that money down. What? Call Candy in here. Call Candy the one that look into BET, because they got to have different people to look into their different companies. Candy look in BET, they have a meeting, they come back, Candy say, okay, this was up. We sent them so much money. They've been having 3 award shows. The award show's been flopping. Blah. They're like, for what? Yeah, they've been flopping. They got 3 award shows. That's when they go, oh, okay, it don't look like somebody down there don't know what they're doing. Okay, go let them know it's going to have to be some changes because our bottom line ain't looking good. But they not finna stop and worry about that. They probably got 10 to 20 companies. The people that own BET, that ain't the only shit they own. They own a lot of shit. They ain't got no time. BET got to fix BET. That's how they look at it. They not fixing shit. They not calling no shots. They not firing nobody. When you hear people say the white people at the top got rid of the blacks, these is people don't know nothing about business. Some people at the top don't do that kind of shit. That's lower management do that. Them white folks on that, they ain't doing that. They don't just own BET. They not, we want to turn it white. They bought it because it's black. Why the fuck would they turn it white? Y'all really believe people at the top give a fuck where they make their money from? If you got a Hispanic show and it's popping making money, they gonna buy it. They not don't want to turn it they don't want to turn it white. They bought it because it was Hispanic and making money. That's ridiculous. Black folks got some kind of white shit in their head. Talking about they wanted to turn BT white. Man, black folks got to get into some business, learn business. When the company buy business, they buying it for what it is already. They're not buying it to change it. That's ridiculous. The whole white supremacy thing, black folks don't understand business. They be overdoing it with the white supremacy. They trying to make white people look stupid. White businesses don't give a fuck about white supremacy. You get racists out here, them rich white people, get rid of your ass. Racism is bad for business. That's a fact. When you see white people doing better than blacks, that's business making sure they feed their own people. That's not racism. It's not racism when the man look out for his own race. That's only racism to black folks because you don't look out for your own race. So when somebody do look out for their race, you think they foul. So you think white people foul for looking out for white people. You think Hispanics foul for looking out for Hispanics. The only reason you think that because you don't look out for yours. Ain't nothing foul about that. That's what the fuck they supposed to do. I'm supposed to hire my sons and my daughters. I'm supposed to make sure my sons and daughters and granddaughters and shit eat. I ain't supposed to make sure no other motherfuckers family eat. Where you do that at? That's not racism. That's business. We got to get our shit together. Them people at the top, they like, them white people, as soon as they got in there, they bought in Fat Joe. Y'all, the corporate people didn't bring in nobody. They don't do that. I'm trying to give y'all game. Stop listening to that shit. People that saying that's because they not corporate. They ain't about no business. You listening to just YouTubers that don't know nothing about business. Y'all really believe corporate give a fuck who the host of BT is? Who believe that billion-dollar business industries give a fuck who want Fat Joe? That shit sound crazy. I'm a multi-trillion-dollar business. I own Viacom. I own all this shit. And y'all telling me I'm micromanaging a Fat Joe? Somebody believe that? Y'all believe somebody want to bring in Fat Joe at the top? The top don't do that type of shit. They don't do that. They don't do that. If I'm investing, you making money, I don't give a fuck if your ass blue and you hire all blue people. I'm looking at the bottom line. We made $500 million with these blue motherfuckers. Go blue. Shit. And business, man, business only care about green. That's the only color business care about. Business don't care nothing about no color. They say, well, Pharaoh, a lot of the businesses is white. That's because America's 230 million whites. That's where the money's at. You only 50 million. Stop having abortions, fuck these women, and have more babies, then you'll be worth more. But if you ain't having no babies, you gay, you ain't having no babies, you don't want to get married, you don't want to grow the race up to 75 million, then you only worth 50 million. You only worth 50 million blacks. 50 million blacks is not a good investment as 236 million whites. Which one would you invest in? You're going to sell to the 236 million before you sell to the 50 million. So you're going to have white shit. so you can sell to whites. That's where the money's at. That's not racism. That's business. If black people know business, you will have more babies. More babies is more people. More people is more customers. But nah, when I talk to y'all about that, y'all be talking about not having no babies. How you gonna make money with no customers? You're like, no, Pharaoh, we don't want to have no babies. We want to go broke. We don't want to have nobody to sell none to. I just want to have one baby. We don't want to make no money. Don't even know what your stupid ass is saying. Babies is money. They got you thinking babies is poverty. Tell me I'm lying. Look, let's take a black neighborhood you live in. Let's say over the next 5 years, everybody have 3 to 5 children, right? Let's take 3 big black communities in Atlanta. Let's say everybody there had 3 to 5 children, right? Guess how much money people can make with a candy store? A candy store will pay your bills if you got that many kids. Ice cream will pay your bills when you got that many kids buying ice cream. Clothes, money. Can't sell pants if you ain't got no men, no boys with no legs to buy pants. Got more babies, you sell more pants. You sell more baby clothes. You sell more. You can't make no money, you ain't got no customers. You ain't got no customers if you don't got no fucking babies. If you ain't got no babies, how you gonna make money? Black folks came up because of the baby boomers, my generation. And when my generation was coming, black folks had all them babies. That's more bus rides, that's more candy, that's more food, that's more clothes, that's more housing, that's money. You need more bus drivers. When these people grow up, who gonna be on the bus? Who gonna take a cab if you ain't got no people? Who gonna ride the bus if you ain't got no people? The economy is based on babies. You don't got no babies, you ain't gonna make no fucking money. But you thinking, I can't afford to have babies. You can't afford not to have babies, fool. Babies is money. Babies is not only money for the businesses, babies is money for you. Babies is money for you. You just gotta be a good parent. If I got 3 sons, 18 and older, and they working, that's money. Duh. That's money for the family. Babies is money. Babies is economy. You ain't got no people. You ain't got no economy. With the baby boomers, Mars used to make a living with an ice cream truck. In any particular black community in Chicago, it was 2 ice cream trucks getting rich. Candy store lady was getting rich. Pay her mortgage selling candy. Shit, the firecracker man getting rich. Sneakers, clothes, getting rich. The economy was booming. Black folks had all them Cadillacs, all them homes and shit, right? That's because of them babies. If you run the bus company, you want more people or less people? Less people or less people getting on the bus. Less bus fares. Less everything. When you got less kids, less bus fare, less people, guess what you got to do? You got to go up on the prices. Less people got to pay more. More people got to pay less. The cost of living is up because y'all ain't having no babies. That's why you paying more for shit. Because they got to get a lot of money from a few people. If you have more people, they can get more money. They can charge less and get more money. They got to charge more. If y'all had a bunch of babies, rent would be like $800, $600. Rent will go down. Boom, quick. 3 bedroom, 700. Less babies. I gotta charge you. I gotta charge 3 bedroom. I gotta charge you 23 because I can't get no money. This is the only money I'm getting. That's why everything is so high because you ain't having no babies. But then you ain't having no babies. The black man talking about you scared of the white man, and then he ain't having no sons to get guns to defend the community. How you gonna defend the community? You ain't got no soldiers. You ain't having no army. You gotta fucking have an army. Duh. How you gonna defend yourself if you ain't having no sons? Everything y'all teaching now is the destruction of black civilization. You ain't having no sons, so who gonna defend you? And you's a big ass grown nigga, ain't got no babies. I got all these weirdo brothers over here in my chat, ain't got no kids. Your ass 30 years old, 25 years old. You ain't got no motherfucking kids. And get the fuck out of here. You ain't got no children. You constantly talking about the white man this, the white man that. He trying to figure out how to have children. He trying to do all type of scientific shit and everything to have some babies. Cause they ain't reproducing like they want to. So they trying to figure out how they can reproduce. You trying to figure out how not to reproduce. The white man showing you he want more babies. You talking about less babies. Oh, gee, uh, uh, these women, gee, uh, uh, I ain't having no babies. Gee, I don't got no kids, gee. I like, okay, cool. Me and my sons could come take your shit. So it's just you, huh? Where you live at? Let me call my sons and we mount up and come kick your door down. What you gonna do is just you. We overpower you. You know what I'm saying? And take your shit. You know what I'm saying? You, just you and me and my 3 grown sons. You gonna lose. Duh. We can take everything you got. You don't got no son. It's just you. How you gonna survive, black man? So that's why we don't understand BET. We don't understand business or nothing. We don't understand. White people ain't got nothing to do with BET. The black folks that was running BET, some old stuck up niggas, and they ain't got their ear to the streets. That's why I fought. They ain't got their ear to the streets. They in a business where if you ain't got the ear to the street, you're gonna flop. You cannot be in the music business if you don't got your ear to the street. Period. You can't do business. To do business, you gotta have your ear to the street. As soon as it's a new app, you're supposed to be on it immediately. Find an app I ain't on. Every app I'm on it. If I ain't on it, my businesses is on it. Every app. Every app. Kick, Twitch, whatever. Fan base, right? I'm on it. Because you can't make no money if you don't keep your ear to the street. And BET started hiring too many snobby niggas that don't even listen to the music. So they don't know what to do. You gotta hire somebody to listen to the music. You gotta know the artist. You gotta know what's going on in the streets. How you gonna run BET and you don't even know what's going on? You don't know who's hot or nothing. You don't even know who to put on the show. You don't know how to arrange the artist. You don't know who their clientele is. How? How you gonna make it? Make it make some sense. You ain't highlighting the Metro Boomers and all these hot. You ain't you. BT got too many old Negroes, like Negroes, uppity Negroes that ain't got their ear to the street. How they gonna run BT? Some Negroes that don't know what's going on, but trying to represent the culture, but you ain't in the culture. That's why BT failing. The uppity, this dude ain't in the culture. He don't know shit. He's some uppity weirdo that don't got no ear to the street. He don't know none of this. He don't know none of these hot artists. Somebody got to tell him. You know what I'm saying? Somebody got to tell him. This is business. If you're in the music business like that, you got to hire young motherfuckers from the streets. You understand? He got hired because of his degrees. So he got hired based on his education, which is fine at a higher position at the company. But the hands-on people that's got to decide the music, you can't hire them based on education. You got to hire them based on them know what's going on in the culture. That's why these companies are saying they finna stop hiring you based on education because they losing. They're going to start hiring you based on what you bring to the table, your skill set. They announced that early this year. They finna stop requiring college educations and all that shit. Case in point, if you on BT, you would know that. And they don't know that. But the key is not the fact that I own it. They wouldn't know to hire me is the key. So it still go back to what I said. Just because they would hire somebody black do not mean they will hire me. That's what I keep trying to tell you, Jazzy. I understand what you're trying to say. But it has nothing to do with race. They still would have to know who to hire. There's white boys that could run that shit. Young white boys could run the fuck out that shit. That know everything about the culture would do a better job than this dude. That's a fact. There's young white boys and young women, but especially young white boys that could run that entertainment better than them because they ear to the street. They know everybody's record. They know everybody's song. They know everything black people listening to. So it's not racist about who got their ear to the street. But me at the top would be delegating the importance of the people. Okay, and you saying, here go the thing, and you saying I'm not at the top because of what? And that's what me and you differ, because it ain't got nothing to do with race. It got something to do that they hiring based on education. They hiring based on degrees and who you know. So even if what you're saying is true, that don't mean they will hire me. That's what I'm trying to tell you. They still wouldn't hire me. I know what you're saying, Jazzy, but that don't mean they will hire me. If they're trying to promote Caribbean African sounding music mixed with American sound, it's gonna flop because there's 50 million Black Americans and there ain't enough Caribbean people to support that shit. It's gonna flop. It's gonna flop. Juggernaut. That's what I'm saying. They don't know what the fuck they doing. It don't really go back to race. How it go back to race when everybody run everything is black? You confusing me. You said go back to race. You said go back to race because so many blacks are not considered because of racial economical conditions. No, that's not true. It go back to black. Niggas don't want the job, ain't going for the job, Jesse. Black folks ain't going for the job. How you gonna get hired? You don't apply for the job. You saying they overlooking black folks. I'm saying black folks ain't showing up for them jobs like that. People say I should get the job. I would have to go get the motherfucker. They not gonna come get me. And black folks ain't trying to go get the job, Jazzy. I'm giving you game. Black folks don't want the job and ain't trying to get the job. Most ain't in prison. That's false too. That's false. That's a black stereotype. Most black people ain't in prison. There's 50 million black people. So you saying most you saying what? 30 million black people in prison? That's not true. It's a false statement. It's 50 million black people. You believe most of 50 million black people in prison? That's not true. You just spurting out stuff. And then when I keep proving it wrong, you be spurting out something else. When I prove this wrong, you're going to say something else. Okay, it's 50 million black people. She said most is in prison. All false information. While exact number of inmates fluctuate, at the end of 2022, there was roughly 465,000 black inmates in state and federal prison. A half a million out of 50 million. Okay? Wrong again. Just saying shit. How's 500,000 half? Half will be 25 million, not a half a million. Wrong, 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 wrong. Still won't give up. Wrong. Extremely wrong. She is going to say something else. At this point, I'll let it go. Look, moving the goalpost. How you going to get hired when most are in prison? Then I show most ain't in prison. Now it's but something else instead of just that's checkmate, ain't it? That's checkmate compared to other races. That ain't what you said. See what I'm saying? I'm showing y'all. See? Putting out false information and all type of shit. Sometimes you want to prove your point so bad, you just start saying all type of shit. You know what I'm saying? She just saying any damn thing. She said most is in prison. No. It's 50 million black Americans. If it's more women, that means at least 20 million black men. You know what I'm saying? That's not, none of that is true. The reason, the reason black men ain't going for certain jobs, because a lot of black men is already successful at what they doing. A lot of black men is already doctors, already nurses, already CEOs of company, already running their own businesses, already professional athletes, already working for Fortune 500 companies, right? There's a whole lot of those black men work for BET, but they might not work in that department, okay? So there's a whole lot of successful black men work for BET. They just don't work for the department that's picking the entertainment, all right? So just because they're not there strong in that department don't mean they're not there in all the other departments. I be thinking level headed. I don't be jumping all out the window like that. It's not for it's not for the people that could do the job to go do the job. It's for BET to look at the problem and they supposed to solicit the answers to the problem. BET is supposed to look and say, we're gonna have to get somebody more in tune with what's going on. That's on them. The future of businesses with entertainers, you're going to have to hire 25 to 30-year-olds. If you don't got no 25 to 30-year-old in a major position, you are not going to be qualified to do anything concerning music, period. You're going to be out fucking dated. When I do music, the key to my success is I listen to the rappers. The rappers build the music. So when I go sign rappers, those rappers are like the CEOs of their rap. I'm like corporate. They like CEO. They tell me what to say. I don't know what to say. On my second job as executive producer, my job is to make sure whatever they do sound right as the executive producer of the project. So when they rapping and I listen to hear, because I got to listen to make sure they say every word clear, stuff like that. And then they say a word. I ask them what that means, and then they tell me what it means. So I can make sure what they saying is correct. But I don't know what they saying. So I asked them what's that. They said that mean that. I'm like, okay. So I don't tell them no, say this, say that. They out in the streets. I'm 67. At the time I was 40, 50, right? So I have to let them tell me what's going on for the music to be hot with the terminology and all of that. You got to give them an executive position. This is what BET making a mistake. They got to bring in somebody that listen to music a lot, and they got to bring in if they want to be successful, they got to bring in a social media people. Because if they don't switch to social media, they're going to fall off. You can't make it with no type of pretty much almost anything that needs the public's attention. If you ain't got social media savvy, it ain't gonna happen. And BET, they is not working Instagram at all or YouTube. They're not working it. That's where they fell in at. They not watching the talent and shit like that. You know what I'm saying? Black men only make up 6% of the U.S. population. $340 million. You don't know what the fuck you talking about. 340 million people in the U.S. population. You don't know what the fuck you talking about. It's 25 million black men. 25 million goes into 340. Hold on. Let me see. You might be right. 25. Okay, wait a minute. Let me see if you're right. 340 divided by 25. That's 13%. You're wrong. It's 13%. Let's take a break. Go back and do your math. Black men is 13.6%, almost 14%. Go back and do your math, okay? Go back. Did you do good in math in school? Because I can't tell. I don't know where y'all be getting y'all information from. Crazy. Is it true BET is currently owned by a white corporation? Yeah. G-Rock, I don't know. I don't know what school they went to. I don't know. Just be saying anything. Yeah, BET is owned by a white corporation, which has nothing to do with BET or business or nothing like that. That has nothing to do with business. It has nothing to do with how it's run or any of that. That's what I'm trying to tell these people. That being owned by a white company has no significance in how BET is ran. None at all. Because they don't own it based on running it. They own it based on just economics. In our world, DJ Leaf, people think owning means to run it or to make it represent what you're doing. That's not, no, that's false. They're only owning it for financial situations based on what finances you could bring in. So the big corporations, they don't buy you to micromanage you and change you. They buy you based on it look like it's money there. And the only problem, they don't never have a racial problem with you or nothing. The only problem they'll ever have is an economical problem. They're not going to pass up. In other words, if you buy BET and you white, you if you turn it more white and it lose money, you're not finna do that. If you could put more black stuff and make more money, that's what you're going to do. You're buying it for finances. But we're being taught that all these white companies is buying this shit for racial reasons. They in it for the money. They in it for the money. They not gonna make no money with no company called BET that's whitewashed. That's not a good investment. If you was to buy BET, would you want to lose money? So this is what people don't understand about big corporations. They want the bottom line. They're not thinking about all that part. Now the people that run it, them the ones responsible for making the money come in. And then if you don't, the big corporation, when you're talking at that level, and the reason people confuse, let me see who I'm talking to. DJ Leaf, the reason a lot of people confuse because they're getting a corporation at that level mixed up with smaller corporations. So that's where the confusion is at. They don't understand that when you talk about companies that's big enough to buy BET, those companies don't run like a small corporation. These is conglomerates. So most people, they thinking those companies is like some smaller company that buy your factory or something. They don't understand. Is it the same with Essence being African owned? No, that's small shit. Buying Essence is pennies compared to buying a TV station. They ain't in the same ballpark, Vogel. That's some small shit. That's why they could buy it. The Africans can't buy BET. They ain't got enough money to buy BET. So I'm glad you brought. That's what most people thinking. Most people thinking, right? They comparing this like the type of situation with Essence. They think it's the same thing. They don't understand the people that bought Essence. That's another small corporation. The people that bought BT could buy the people that bought Essence. That's why there's confusion over here, because they think every corporation is the same. But they don't understand that any LLC, just you by yourself, could be a corporation. So a corporation can be you by yourself. So they thinking all corporations is the same. When you start talking about corporations as buying TV shows, TV stations, that's a whole different type of corporation. That ain't like them Africans that bought Essence. No, this is something else. When you start talking about corporations that buy BET, you talk about corporations that own a lot of shit already. When you talk about the Africans that bought Essence, that's all they own is Essence. They don't own a lot of shit. That's some small. That's why the festival was bootleg. You know what I'm saying? They don't. Yeah. So that's why people getting confused because they thinking, oh, yeah, even though he a billionaire, right? He could be bought by other. Yeah, he could be bought, right. Exactly. That's not at the level there. We talking trillions. When we talking Viacom and them, we talking trillions. BT is billions. We talking a whole different, make a whole different ball game when you talking at that level. You talking some whole different stuff. That's why I'm talking like this because I've realized the level of the companies that would buy that. Because I think all them is under Viacom, I think, if I ain't mistaken. It ain't just BET. So I don't think you could just buy BET. I think you got to be invested in more than that. But that's the whole next level of business right there. When you talk about uh, buying something like that, that's some other shit. That's a whole nother level of money. And they want to buy something that's already running. It's like buying Goodyear. You know, if you buy Goodyear, you need it to be running already. It's a lot of levels. This is way up. When you start talking about buying TV, you talk about satellite rights and all of that. You talk about satellites. You talk about broadcasting. Like that's something else. That's why I'm talking about it like this because I realize the level that's at. So this is some other stuff. You understand? Because that corporation that bought BT is probably owned by a corporation. You understand? So you're talking like a whole bunch of. That's why I said they can't be micromanaged because it's too much to micromanage. When they buy these companies gotta be able to work on their own. Do I think we'll ever get Essence back? I mean, I don't see why we would want it back. Essence ain't worth shit. Essence ain't worth nothing. So want it back for what? See all these people own Black. You see what BlackRock own all this? Now one of these companies would buy BET. You understand? You understand what I'm saying? One of these companies will buy BET. And then the company that buy BET will be owned by BlackRock. Now BlackRock is not going to micromanage Exxon, and Exxon is not going to micromanage whatever companies they buy. It doesn't work like that. Everybody got to do their own thing. And then they just looking at the bottom line. You understand? They just looking at the bottom line, and you just judge by the bottom line. That's it. It's real cut and dry when you get to that level of business. They don't give a fuck what's the bottom line. That's all they looking at. Is it making money or not? Period. It ain't making money, make some money, or get rid of it. You understand? At that level. That's what I'm trying to explain to these people. It's companies on top of companies on top of companies on top of companies. You understand? They don't got time. They ain't looking at nothing. They not looking at none of that or nothing. You have to go make the money. That's all they know. They are not helping. They're not stepping down, dealing with it or nothing. They definitely ain't micromanaging. They definitely don't want to turn it into nothing. They're not into turning companies into stuff. They're just into making money. So when you hear these black people talk, they trying to buy it, they trying to turn it into that. They ain't trying to turn it into shit. They trying to turn it into money. They don't give a fuck about none of that shit. It don't bother them because you black. If you ain't got the money they got, you ain't no threat anyway. What the hell is a black TV show a threat to trillionaires? That's not no threat to them. And people try to act like that's a threat. Oh, we a threat to them. No, you're not. No, you're not. You're not no threat to them. They're not even paying attention to it like that. They only looking at the bottom line. You can do them no harm. So what they gonna be if scared of you? You know, blacks acting like these people scared of you. They're not scared of nothing you doing. That's pennies. BT ain't no money to them. This is how they roll. They not micromanaging none of this. All of these got to do. Look, Viacom. What did it say right there? BET. That means the company that owns BET is under Viacom. It ain't Viacom. Let me see. Viacom owns. BET is the flagship channel of the BET Media Group, a subsidiary of Paramount, Skydance Corporation, CBS Entertainment Group. You understand? Hold on. People don't listen. Let me just show it to you. Look, BET is the flagship channel of the BET Media Group, a subsidiary of Paramount, Skydance Corporation, CBS Entertainment Group. Look at all them names. Look at all them names. Look, Tyler Perry makes history as first African American to Tyler Perry makes history by acquiring BET and VH1, becoming the first African American to own two major networks. So, do white people even own it? Because according to this, Tyler Perry owned it. According to this, Tyler Perry makes history. So what's all this talk that white people own it? It say here Tyler Perry owned BET and VH1. So which one is it, y'all? See what I'm trying to say? Like, which one is it? And he owns it under who? Let me see. See, it's not going to tell you nothing. Look, I updated this too. I updated this to past year. See? Look, watch this. They ain't going to tell you nothing. Look, I'm giving y'all a game. Y'all better listen. Now, I say Tyler Perry, right? Now, look. Now, look what it say. Nothing. As soon as I updated it. As soon as I updated it, it don't say nothing. See? Hold on, watch this. See? It don't say nothing as soon as I update it. Then you go here. BET won't be sold after all. Paramount Global decided against the sale, the majority stake of the network. This was back in 2023. Paramount notified bidders. See? Some popular suitors included Tyler Perry and Diddy. Okay? See? See? See how vague it is? I'm showing y'all how this shit go. See how vague? See how vague it is? See? They're not going to tell you. Past year. It won't tell you. It won't tell you. I told y'all. Look, It's the end of an era, at least for now. BET has indefinitely suspended the Soul Train. The decision confirmed by the CEO. Look, they ain't telling nobody nothing. They ain't telling nobody nothing. He said, this might have started a linear television, but now I'm going to move it to another space. Do I move it to streaming? I move it to another platform. See? They ain't even really telling you nothing, really. They not they not saying nothing. Man, they ain't gonna tell you nothing. They ain't saying nothing really. It's not clear who owned it. Diddy had money, but it wasn't his money. He had money, but it wasn't his. The deal never closed, exactly. The deal never closed. They're very quiet about that type of stuff. You gotta dig to find out, or you have to be, you have to be reading a Wall Street Journal probably, because they really are very secretive about moving around, and they won't show you. They won't show you who owned this and who owned them, and then who they won't really show you that. Okay. So even if they show you who owned BET, they're not going to show you who owned whoever owned. Who's the owner, G-Ra? Because they'll show you the owner, but they won't identify if the owner is owned. You understand? These people hide their money and they don't tell nobody their business. So they'll tell you so and so owned it. But then you got to go look so and so up, and then you find out so and so is owned by so and so. Right? So then you like, what the hell? You know what I'm saying? Like, okay, and then who owned them? And you know what I'm saying? Who owned them? But nobody's buying it to take over. That's my point. I'm trying to teach foundational Black Americans. They are not buying it to take over. They're buying it for money, period. And so if they change BET, they did not buy it to change it. They bought it and then it wasn't making money, and then they'll change it. They will not change it because you Black if it's making money. They will not. They will not. They don't give a damn if it's Black if it's making money. If you see them take it, if you see it disappear from Blacks, that's because it wasn't making money. But people are going to say, oh, they buying out Blacks. No, they bought it. It's failing because you don't have nobody support that, because the young Black people don't give a fuck about BET. Only 40, maybe 40, but most likely 50, 60, 70-year-olds. The younger generation don't give a damn about no BET. BET ain't been shit since 106 and Park went off. That was it. That was the death of BET. The last good show they had was Free and AJ, 106 and Park. Once they got rid of them, BET was done. 106 and Park was the only thing keeping it alive. Video Soul had already, Rap City wasn't doing nothing no more. Video LP wasn't doing nothing. Video Vibration, Teen Summit wasn't doing nothing. All their money was coming from 106 and Park. Once they got rid of 106 and Park, who watched it? I didn't. That's why earlier this year they was talking about bringing Free and AJ back. AJ didn't want to come back, I don't think. College Hill, that was part of the flop. Once they started doing all that reality bullshit, it was over. They only had like a third of their viewers, half of their viewers was that. Wasn't nobody watching that shit. You can't have no music. You can't have no music channel and then go reality. Nobody ain't watching that shit. Only weirdos watch reality TV. Everybody was watching that for musical content. Like MTV. How you gonna be music television and then ain't got no goddamn music? Right? They was MTV, music television. And then they went and had all of these reality shows. And I'm like, how's your music television with no music? I mean, nobody wasn't watching. They went and had Real World and went down after that. You got to understand. We stayed in the house a little longer to watch the music. Once they took the music, everybody went outside. Nobody stayed in the house no more. See, you competing with outside. When you got a show come on in the daytime, you better be hella good to make people stay in the middle of the day. Who gonna stay in the house 3, 4, 5, 6 in the afternoon, in the evening to watch TV? People watch TV when they come on ready to go to bed. Ain't nobody staying. Your show 106 in Park was really good, so we stayed in until it went off. So if you had to go to the grocery store and stuff like that, you went, as soon as that went off, you went to the grocery store, came and cooked dinner. Once that ain't on, shoot, you going to the grocery store as soon as the kids get home from school. There ain't nothing to watch. I had MVTV2, all that shit. All that shit was junk. Nobody watched that shit. But, you know what I'm saying? Nobody watched that shit. And then they took that, right? Then that's when they went Married to Doctors, Atlanta Housewives, and took our women, made our women total idiots, right? And they started selling like reality TV trash. It was over. No more music on TV, just weirdo. Everybody want to know what Nene doing. So once MTV and BET went into reality TV, Viacom and them took that shit and took it to other channels and let them channels crash. That's how dirty the game is. They took the reality TVs and put it on total other channels, and all the women watched them channels. The one with the little gay white dude that was the host. What was that? Was that VH1? Who was that? Where they had the housewives and all that. What channel that was? They took all the money over there. And that's when BET and them crashed. Because they took all the women over there. VH1 and Bravo. Yeah, Bravo. That was Bravo. They took all the money to Bravo. Am I lying? And it was over with. They took the money to Bravo. The black man went outside. The kids went to PlayStation and Xbox. It was over. The kids, once 106 in Park left, all the kids, all the boys went to video games. They went to Nintendo, Sega, and all that. It was over. Video games. And still today, video games is bigger than all that shit. All these young boys, they on the video, they on the game. They ain't watching no goddamn TV. The TV got the game on it in their rooms. I don't know if y'all got sons. Well, my son and my stepson, they ain't watch the only TV they watched was 106 in Park. When that shit went off, the game took over. The game is bigger than music and all that. And they play the music on the game. But the game is bigger than the music. Because sometimes you go in there, they ain't got no music, they just got the game sound. The game is like the biggest thing with black males, young black males, the game. The game is everything. They really shot themselves in the foot and ruined the channel. And it's like once you people change mediums, you can't get them back. You know what I'm saying? Once people ain't listening to CDs no more, it's over with. TV is done. There's not nothing on TV. There's not a channel on TV bigger than YouTube. I guarantee you right now, YouTube got more viewers than TV. Right now. The TV on YouTube. NBC, ABC, CBS, all of them on YouTube. They get more views on YouTube than they get on the TV. All facts. And that's what BET gonna have to do. BET gonna have to do like NBC and ABC and them and put that shit on YouTube. If they put on YouTube, they're gonna blow up. But if they stay on the TV, they're gonna die. The TV is gone. Because this the new TV, and you can have it with you. You can watch it anywhere, and you can take pictures, and you can look at your emails, and you can talk. You can't talk on the TV. You can't send no emails on the TV. You can't shoot no videos on the TV. But on this phone, this is the future of all entertainment. Gonna be on this phone. And BET, they're gonna have to get on the phone. If they get on the phone, they're gonna blow up. If they don't get on the phone, they through. It's over with. Ain't nothing they could do. They gotta get on the phone. They gotta put them, all of them award shows gotta be on the phone. YouTube is the greatest shit ever because YouTube allows you to see what you want to see. I have YouTube, I can see the weather. No matter what, I could go see the weather. I can see the news update. If it's a mass shooting somewhere, boom, NBC, ABC, boom, I can see it. I can see the news no matter what. You understand? We already addressed that, good fella. Ain't nothing black on, so. It don't have to be black on. It be black ran. It don't have to be black on. But a lot of people don't understand that BET is two BETs. It's BET the programming and it's the channel. They never owned the channel. BET was on a Christian channel. So a lot of blacks don't know. Black folks only owned the BET programming. They never owned that channel. That channel was a Christian channel. That's why at 12 at night, the Christian used to come on. Right after they had what are drills, some drills. Remember they had the naked, the booty shaking with Nelly and all that. As soon as that tip drills, oh well, I forgot what their late night show was. As soon as that went over, the Christians came. The Christians always on that channel. So when a lot of black people say, well, they don't own BT, they never owned that channel. Uncut. They never owned that channel. They never owned that channel. The Christians always owned that channel. Look, y'all, and then I'm going to go. You had two buttons on the TV. You had UHF and VHF, right? And when you would turn, there was a little spot, and then you could turn on channel 32, 26, and all that. That was UHF. Once they got the cable network set up across the country, they started turning the UHF channels to main channels. The first one they changed was Fox. Fox bought channel 32, and they dropped Arsenio Hall show and Tracy Ullman that had the Simpsons on her show. Then they slowly turned all them UHF channels to mainstream channels. The one BET was on was a Christian channel. So BET was paying the Christian channel to use it. That's why at 12 o'clock at night, the Christian program used to come on. So they never owned that channel. They never owned that channel. See what I'm saying? So a lot of people, they say, well, they don't own it. They never owned that channel. They only owned the company that was renting the channel. This how the TV used to be. You used to have two buttons. This one got 2, 3, 4, 5 like that. When you turn it to UHF, then you could turn these channels at the bottom. See channel 30? In between, that's channel 32. That's Fox. And slowly, all these channels became cable channels. The channel that BET was on was one of these channels. It was a Christian channel. I think it was 62 or something like that. It's a Christian channel. So they never owned that channel. You know what I'm saying? They never owned that channel. Okay? Johnson just owned BET. BET was paying them Christians to be on that channel. So they never owned a channel. So when they say white people own it, white people always owned it. The channel that was on. Black folks never owned that channel. They just owned the show that was BET that was on that channel. Black folks never owned that channel. So you got Fox, but it's channel 32. So Fox got to own channel 32. BET never owned the channel they was on. That's why every night the Christians came on at 12 on the dot. So when you hear people saying black folks don't own it, black folks ain't never owned the channel, so that you just don't make no sense. You just repeat, regurgitate nonsense. That has nothing to do with the programming or nothing like that. To own the channel, you got to pay directly to the satellite. That's a whole different money. The Christians probably sold that channel to Viacom. Viacom and them is plugged to the satellite. If you're not plugged to the satellite, you're just renting. You're just renting. You gotta own. You gotta pay the money to go to the satellite to really own the shit, and that's a lot of money. And then that money is founded by commercials. But you got to have a really good show to get big commercial money. If you have a really good show, you can't get big commercial money. And this is why BET is struggling because they ain't got no really good shows. They can't get no big commercial money. They got to try to figure out how to restructure that channel. They need somebody like me to come in and fix the channel. Basically, they got to put all their goddamn live award shows on YouTube, on their channel. If I ran BET, I'll bring back the real freestyle battle. I'd have a freestyle battle come on in the evening time, like 4 o'clock, where you play the beat. Dun, 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 dun. Two niggas, not that bullshit URL trash. That's trash. That's poetry night. I put the freestyle battle over there. I'll take all them sitcom shit the fuck off of there. Don't nobody want to see a bunch of men don't even like women doing a sitcom like they like women. Get that shit out of there. Come with some, I make the whole channel music. No goddamn sitcom. Don't nobody want to see that shit. If I ran BET, I make the whole channel music. And our award shows would be on TV, simulcast on both TV and YouTube at the same time. So if you want to watch it on TV, you can watch it. If you want to watch it on your phone, you can watch it. And my whole program will be music. $24-hour music. And we'll have news. Music and news. We'll have the news. But it'll be 24 hours music. I redo the whole channel. All that other shit, I throw it in the garbage. All them whack ass movies and shit. I'd have one movie Sunday night at the movies. One movie a week. That way everybody will watch it. Whole bunch of goddamn movies, nobody want to watch it. Have one movie a week. Unless you can bring a new movie to the table, then we'll have music. We won't have a movie unless it's a movie worth showing. I'll restructure that whole channel. I restructured the whole channel. I had a freestyle battle over there. Fire. Then in the evening, 7 to 8, I have my beat making show with the producers making beats live, nigga. I had a beat making shows with Jermaine Dupri and all of them, right? It'd be showing you equipment, how to make beats and shit like that. That way I could tailor a market, corner a market. Then I'd have my rap show, but my rap show would be live in the studio with a motherfucker making songs. So it's like an hour and a half, 2 hour show with a motherfucker making songs with artists coming in there, writing their lyrics. So the whole process of recording a song every day, we'll show a different motherfucker recording a song from scratch. Then when the song is finished, we'll use the show to sell the song. So you'll hear the song chopped up. When the song get finished, you'll only hear so much of it. Then it'll be dropping. That next week, that song will be out. Go get that song. You watch the nigga make the shit. So I would, if I ran the show, I'll take it to the next level of music. I'll have everybody watching that shit. I'll have everybody in the industry watching that shit. Because the average people ain't never seen a song made from scratch. They ain't never seen the process in the studio making a song. That shit'll go crazy. Be the number one. Man, that shit'll go crazy. That shit'll go crazy, bro. We don't be doing disrespect over here. You know what I'm saying? We ain't doing that. You on the wrong channel, bro. Come back tomorrow. We don't do goofies, bro. We don't do goofy. Now, I don't know how your parents raised you. That's why your name Jax, short for jackass. So I would take BET and I'd make it a high level of entertainment. I would make it for artists. I change the whole game because all the artists will watch it, and then everybody else will watch it out of their curiosity. I make sure there's nothing you can see on no other channel. You got to come to BET. I would change that whole program. That whole program would be artist development, the whole art thing from the beginning to the end. And that shit'll get rich. Everybody be watching that shit. And then we'll be chopping up pieces and putting it on the Instagram and putting it on the YouTube. So when you watch the piece, now you go back and watch the TV show if you want to see the whole thing. That's what I would do with BET. I would gut it. Because if you gut it and you get all new programming, right there, that's going to raise curiosity. Everybody will be like, BET gutted everything. They got a whole 24 hours of new shows. Everybody gonna want to see what are they doing. That's what I would do. I would gut it and I would have all new programming. I'd make all new programs. Shit go crazy. I wouldn't need nobody. I have the whole world that do music. I have India, China, everywhere they do music. Everybody be watching that shit. Everybody. Then I'd have all the big advertisers. All them motherfuckers make all them keyboards, all that like music equipment, all them computer equipment, all that shit. I make a fortune. Advertisers would be through the roof. I won't have the advertisement nobody else got. I have all that music advertisement. That's what I would have. Pro Tools and all them. I have all them over there. Straight up. I be having like unknown artists showing them make that shit. Every now and then I got a big artist we showing. Nas in the studio making a new song. People will go crazy. Shit'll get so many views. It'd be all new BET. All the old BET be gone because they constantly trying to keep the old BET and get people to, instead of just scrap it, man, and come with the all new BET. Everybody that don't even watch TV or turn it on, they just want to see what shit'll go crazy. And you'll make money. You'll bring money to the music industry. You'll spark a lot of artists' careers will blow. Then when you get up in the morning, I got the playlist. We playing all them artists that you watch making they shit. We'll start adding them to the playlist. Along with new artists. You got a new song, you go just turn it on and it's playing music. We playing music from the early in the morning to like about noon. Where you can just turn on BET and hear all songs you ain't heard, new shit. Then at noon, boom, we start coming in with the program. That'll save money right there. I got from morning to then where it's just music. We can't lose. We ain't putting no money out. We getting all money in. We ain't gotta pay nobody to be on there or nothing. But we got mad viewers. People going to sleep listening to that shit. They don't be thinking, you know what I'm saying? 12 o'clock at night, boom, I got the sleep music. I call it that shit too. Sleep music. Come on, 12. Man, if you in the bed, you can turn that on light, right? And go to sleep. It be nice, soft, nice music, beats and shit. I have motherfuckers making beats. It'll just be instrumental beat shit you ain't never heard before. And people will be curious. Cause be like, man, I was sleeping last night, man. This nice beat played, man. And you could turn it down real low and go to sleep. You having sex, boom, perfect. You with your girl and shit, you just turn that shit on, turn it down low. We can make it real pretty. So you can turn it low and it just make everything sexy and shit, whether you sleeping or whether you being, romantic or whatever. We save how much money that shit could run from 12 o'clock, well, really from 2 in the morning all the way to 12. You know what I'm saying? All the way to 12. And we'd be like Black Entertainment Network. You know what I'm saying? Black Entertainment Television, BET, all entertainment, no filler. Shout out to Gang Dog. We doing music, shit like that. We ain't doing no bullshit. I make it a music channel. Shit'll go through the roof. Go crazy. And I spend some I get I definitely Jermaine Dupri will be with it. Jermaine Dupri will be with it for sure. All them coming through. Jazzy Faye, all the young producers, Metro Boomin, all them, I have them coming through. Everybody gonna watch that shit. Shit gonna be the hottest shit out there. Zaytoven. I try to make Zaytoven a host. Zay well respected. He got the right look for TV and shit. He'd be perfect to host that shit. On my soul. That's why I go. I go for Zay. Everybody likes Zay. I go for Zay. For sure. He'd be perfect. All other producers like him too. I give him a nice bag to host that shit. It should go through the goddamn roof. Sometimes you gotta change. You gotta do something different. You can't keep doing the same old stuff, man. These people don't know. You can't keep. You can't. I'll get Zay. I wouldn't get Metro. Metro cool, but but Zay is a better interface with all the other producers. Metro be having beef. Zay don't got no beef. So Zay would be the perfect host if we got Jermaine Dupri come through, or when we got any producer come through. Zay will be he's the perfect. He's got the perfect look. He's got the perfect attitude. He's a neutral. He's a neutral. He's a neutral figure. Mustard is cool, but Mustard don't got the appeal Zay got. Zay got the look and the appeal and the whole his vibe, his attitude. He be out the way. You know what I'm saying? Mustard is cool, but I'd have Mustard be one of the people Zay talk to. I have Mustard be. See, I can have Kanye or anybody come as long as Zay is the host. That's who I would prefer. He got the look. He the one. Perfect host. Real polite, real nice, real cool brother. Never heard him being in no shit. He never picked no sides with no artist. See, Metro with the Kendrick and the Drake shit. See, nope. Zay ain't in nothing. Name me one thing Zay in. Nothing. And he cold. He underrated. And he just got the look. Then I'd get all of the keyboard sponsors, all of them, they gonna ride. That's how I would sell it if I was BT. I'd sell it. We go on total music channel. We ain't doing no more movies or none of that shit no more. We go on total music channel. I get the motherfuckers make the drill beats and everything. I have everybody watching. You know what I'm saying? If they put me over there, I'll make some boss moves. They'll get money too. I bring in some whole new sponsors, and the old sponsors, they going to stay too, because as long as I got views, they going to go. Nah, none of that shit. See, sometime, right, when you're doing business and you're trying to get viewers, sometime you got to do something different. Like, you got to make the news. What's going to make everybody say, what the hell? So sometime, if I was BT, I would scrap everything. I would still have my BT Music Awards, but I would put the rap on that. But I would scrap everything and I would totally rebuild a whole channel. Because it's 2025, you going into 2035, you going to the future. You ain't gonna be able to carry that old shit into the future. You gotta be a groundbreaker. You gotta be like, you know what I'm saying? You gotta be avant-garde. You gotta be like at the front of the pack. You know what I'm saying? What could they do to make everybody be like, oh, to shut the media, to break the media? That's what they could do. It come out, BT scrapped a whole platform. They doing an all music platform. Nobody doing that. The only way you can see that shit is on Instagram. I put that shit on BET. All my other viewers, get rid of them. Bring me a whole new group of viewers. Every little baby, every little kid that want to make beats, every kid that like music, every aspect of music I have on BET. Something nobody doing. Ain't nobody doing that. If the show with them making beats and the show with recording live in the studio, the reality show in the studio, that shit'll blow through the fucking roof because people don't understand what's going on in the studio. Everybody be watching that shit. And then recording in the studio allow me to record anything. So I got Christopher Williams in there. I got an artist in there that's big doing his new song. Shit go crazy. All the ladies gonna watch that shit. You get to see them record the song. Imagine dude from the Ozzy Brothers, you get to see him record a song and get in there and sing that motherfucker for the first time. Now, when he drop it, it's gonna sell like hotcakes. The record's gonna sell like crazy. Because they're like, when he dropped that, I'm getting that. Because you only gotta let them hear so much of it. Then the show ends. When the song get through, you play like a minute of it, and then the show ends. Say dropping on iTunes, so and so date. Man, when that day comes, so now you okay. So now the record label's calling me like crazy. They trying to book all their artists over there. We can get rich. Shit. BT, all at your boy. See, it's a lot of things I can't do, but I got a talent. I got a super talent that if you do something, I can help you do what you do. It's like a talent. So it's like I would have never did no BET and shit, but I got the talent. You say BET, what to do? I got a natural talent to be like, they should do this. It's like a talent I got that I can help you do something. Shit'll break the fucking internet. Everybody be watching that, man. It's a man. You know how many young dudes want to record? They all gonna watch that shit. And then if I'm running, it ain't gonna be no praises. I'm gonna have the drill rappers, anybody. I'm not gonna be like, oh no. Cause as soon as I got the drill rapper on there, all these young niggas gonna turn that shit on. As soon as I got the R&B dude on there, I'm gonna have everybody recording from different genres. Shit'll go crazy. Crazy. From the old school rappers to the drill rappers to the conscious rappers to the singers, the R&B singers, females, males, all that. The young kids recording, all that. Shit'll go crazy. BT will be rich. They'll make more money than they ever made. It'll be like they started all over again. Throw all that other shit in the garbage. You ain't gonna see none of that shit over here. Now everybody want to see. Nobody want to come see what you've been doing. We already seen that. Throw that shit in the trash, BT, and come with a whole new show. Whole new. You'll be at the top of the game internationally. Y'all think them old white dudes, them two old white dudes be rapping? I damn sure had them on there. Shit'll go crazy. Y'all seen them? Shit'll go crazy. Y'all seen them? That's how I had the whole world watching. Because you never know who I'm going to have on there. Y'all seen these dudes? They cold, too. They cold. They ain't no joke. Them boys be spitting. Y'all seen them? That way I got everybody watch. I got the whole world watch. I got no matter what, everybody watching that shit. Yeah, they cold as hell. Tiny Desk concerts be fire, yeah. They blowing up. They going through the roof. They got the formula. I be at their door trying to get that contract of BT. Bring your ass up on BT. Straight up. They'll be like, well, it's supposed to be black entertainment. Right. Black folks need to watch this entertainment. Shit. That don't mean it's gonna only be blacks over here. Black people get entertained from a lot of shit. Of course, it's gonna be the majority. It's gonna be overwhelmingly black, but it ain't gotta be every goddamn thing over there just black. I'm gonna have a responsibility to have black entertainment, but I'm gonna also have a responsibility to entertain black folks. And we entertain from more than just black stuff. That ain't the only thing we, you know what I'm saying? Man, I had them over there. I have everybody. I have everybody, G-Rock. I have everybody over there. I had them Nigeria. Anybody. It's music. We ain't discriminate none. We trying to show the whole world the art of music like that. That should the channel go through the roof. Because ain't nobody doing it. There's no music channel no more. MTV ain't doing it. BET ain't doing it. They all made their money from music. And now they all abandoned the music. Tell me I'm lying. MTV and BET was music channels. That's what they was. BET was black entertainment television, but it was music. You understand? The BET Hip Hop Awards wasn't canceled because it was trash. It was canceled because the budget wasn't right for Soul Train and that. And they moving it. They restructured it. It wasn't because it was trash, it was because of the budget. And the budget didn't allow them to put on a good show. Fireman. It was the budget. The budget. They trying to do 3 of them shows and the budget wasn't adding up and ain't nobody watching it. They ain't getting the advertising they want because the whole channel ain't making enough money to pay for the 3 shows. That's what I'm over here talking about now. They got to make more money. You can't just have a show, but you ain't got enough money coming in all day. You got to have money coming in all day to pay for your award show. You can't just pay for it just with the money gonna come in at the time you air the award show. That's stupid business. But that's because MTV and BT failed because they didn't stick with music. We got no music channels. We got no channel for music. There's nowhere for music. And the number one art form in the world is music. Music is in movies. Music is on TV. Music is on everything, gaming, radio, everything. Music is the number one art form in the world. It don't make no sense. They ain't getting no money, but they not highlighting music. That's why they ain't getting no money. Oh, you don't know what you're talking about. You just some weirdo. Come back tomorrow. You don't know what you're talking about. Come back tomorrow. You don't know what you're talking about. Firemen the revolutionary. You firemen in the revolution. You don't know what you're talking about. You talking stupid. He said music been trash. It, all the music. He ain't even heard all the music. He talking stupid. When they come over, this has been trash, that been trash. They is trash. You ain't heard no music. How you gonna say music? I guarantee you don't listen to music. There's so much good music out here. The music on TV is not music. The music on the radio is music. It's way more music than that. People say this all the time. But you're not listening to all the music out. There's some fire ass music out here. It just don't have no outlet for you to hear it. So if you was intelligent, you'll be like, it's the good music. A lot of the good music we ain't getting to hear it. But when you say music been trash, you mean the music you've been hearing might be trash. But that's not music, because a lot of music you're not hearing. You're not hearing the music. So how you gonna say music is trash when you don't listen to music, you're not listening to music. You letting them play the music they want to play. You not listening to music. It's some good ass fire ass music out. You talk crazy. It's some real good music out here. A lot of it. People say music ain't no good. More music is being released now than ever before in history. So the question is, how could you find it and hear it? So you're not hearing the music because there's so much music that you're not hearing it. People release the music more than ever, but there's no way for you to hear it because there's so much. There's some fire music out here though. Name it. Jazz, rock, blues. There's some fire out here. You just ain't heard it. There's some rock bands out here that's fire, but they ain't got no means for nobody to hear them. Jazz too. Selection radio is good, but there's some music out here for sure. If you got satellite radio and you listen to them hip hop shows in New York, you're gonna hear some stuff that you ain't never gonna hear unless you got satellite radio. Do I mess with smooth jazz? Me? I mean, all music I like. So I like all music, but I only listen to music sparingly. But all music I like, any kind of music I like, but I don't sit around listening to music like that. When I do listen to music, I listen to I like young drill rappers. Yeah, I know about it. So I think right now, I think the best rapper out for me now is like the new G Herbo. The new G Herbo is crazy with it. So I would say right now, he probably my favorite rapper with the new style. It's crazy. He've increased tremendously. I ain't gonna lie. I've seen very few artists increase twice. I've seen an artist increase once. So I've seen an artist was good and then he got better. But I've never seen an artist increase twice. G Herbo used to rap off beat, then he got good, and then recently, if you think I'm lying, go check out Went Legit. Go check out the song Went Legit. You'll see. Man, he on a mission. Go check out the song with Legit. That boy there, man. He actually went and got better. You hardly ever see that. You hardly ever see that.
When you see us,
Painkillers.
you know.
And check this one out. Way back. You hardly ever see that. I mean, man, you hardly ever see that in rap. You hardly ever see anybody increase twice. Because, like I said, he used to rap. He was pretty good, but he was off beat. Then he got good. And now he has intensified his skill set. Herbo don't be in no too much trouble. Young boy, all right. He don't rap as good as G Herbo though, but he all right. But young boy don't rap that good though. He rap all right, but he's an acquired taste, right? I don't like the dope fiend rappers. Like if you all on drugs, him and old boy down there in Miami, I don't really support them. I don't be want to hear no junkies rapping. You all high and you all satanic, and so I'm really listening to young boy. I can't get motivated off of him. No damn dope fiend, weirdo. You know what I'm saying? Him and old boy down there, Kodak Black. I can't deal with no weirdos. You know what I'm saying? I can't deal with no junkies and no weirdos. Like, I gotta be inspired. You know what I'm saying? I gotta be inspired. You know what I'm saying? You can't inspire me if you're a loser like that. Like, why would I listen to you? You know what I'm saying? What you could tell me, what Kodak Black could tell me, you know what I'm saying? NBA young boy, what they could tell me. Them boys gonna OD. They ain't even be around long. So I don't really listen to them. You gotta have your shit together for me to listen to you. I ain't just listening to no weirdo junkies. You know what I'm saying? Where I come from. But check this song out though, way back in the other song I just showed you. Where I come from, we don't respect no junkies. You a junkie, you ain't nothing. You don't listen to no hypes. We call them hypes. You're a junkie. You know what I'm saying? I can't, if it's some music, I gotta be willing to let my children hear it. I'd never want my children to listen to NBA Youngboy or Kodak Black. They're a bad example. I like my children to listen to G Herbo though. He talk about something, his head clear. He ain't no junkie. He can really rap. He talking about making it and shit. I don't want no high ass dude talking crazy. I like rappers that look like they bout some dirt, Key Glock. You know what I'm saying? Joey Badass. Somebody that got some going for themselves. I ain't trying to listen to no dope fiends. I'm saying I listen to Keith Glock. He fire. I listen to Joey Badass. Joey Badass is trying to be the king right now. But I ain't listening to no junkies. You know what I'm saying? I don't listen to no junkies, so I wouldn't know what they songs sound like. Like I come from an era where we hear you rap, you gotta be something. You know what I'm saying? You gotta be something. You know what I'm saying? Like nobody gonna listen to you if you ain't. I mean, if you ain't nothing, why would I listen to you? What you can tell me? You know what I'm saying? So I come from that era. Like if you know, look at Jay-Z, look at Nas. They look like they could tell you something. Why I'm listening to a dope thing? I used to hustle. You are hype. Nobody got respect for a dope thing. In the streets, we'll slap the shit out of NBA Youngboy and Kodak. We'll slap them. They dope things. They wouldn't get no respect in the streets like that. They wouldn't get no respect. You are hype. Nobody don't respect no damn junkie or no drunk. How you what? What the hell you could tell me? You can't take care of yourself. So yeah, you just talking on a song. What you could tell me? NBA young boy with your nails all painted and all that. Oh hell no. Ain't nobody gonna hear me listen to a man got his nails pointed talking about your weird dumbass shit. What I'm supposed to get from that? What kind of imagery? Like I might as well go to the satanic church. I don't listen to no dark demonic shit. I drive a stake through their hearts. I don't listen to that. Hell no. Like Kodak Black, he real talented. I don't really listen to BG and BG. BG, I don't really listen to dude. He sound like a dope thing. But I support him and Turk. I support him, but I don't listen to them. The only one over there I like is Juvie. I don't like Wayne. Wayne looked like a demon, like a monster, like he ruined his life. I don't listen to Lil Wayne. You gotta show me something. You gotta have some type of something, some type of swag, some type of integrity. You know what I'm saying? I don't listen to people like that. Like I ain't listen to DMX, all that old deaf music. And look at him, where he at? I ain't listening to all that. When you start talking about dying and all that, I ain't listening to that, man. I don't like DMX. I didn't like DMX, all that old sad, early funeral music. What the hell I want to listen to that? Put that on me for when you rapping like you want to die. Man, I don't want to hear that shit. I don't like DMX. He was cold. Well, he had too many issues. I don't want to listen to that. Until I'm in the dark. Then I come to the light. You know the thing. And this day and this night. And I don't want to hear that shit, bro. Get your ass the fuck up out of here. I ain't listening to that. I'm not listening to that. I'm listening to I gotta listen to somebody talk about some getting some money, some uplifting shit. You got lyrics you could go. I listen to that. I ain't listening to no weirdo, no junkies and shit like that. I'm getting ready to be rapping out. Diss the hell out of NBA Youngboy and Kodak Black on the song. Straight up at 67, 68. I'll do a diss record. I'll drag their ass. It ain't about acquired taste. I thought he could rap. It's just if you negative and you pushing death, I don't fuck with Satan and I don't fuck with death. I fuck with life. I'm not listening to no death. They can send whatever diss back. That shit ain't gonna do nothing to me. I'll be 68. How you gonna diss me? Wasting your motherfucking time. How you gonna what you gonna say? I'm old? Okay. That's a bad look for you if an old motherfucker pop you. Shit. Just don't get popped by who is Nim? Who is Dirk Nim? I don't know who Nim is. Who is Nim? Who is Nim? You say Dirk Nim. Who is Nim? I don't know who Nim is. Who is Dirk and Nim? Sound like a trick question. Don't that sound like a trick question? You say Dirk Nim. Who is this? Who is Nim? Sound like a trick question. Like ask me somebody specific. He asked me I like to listen to Dirk and Nim. Who is Nim? Who is Nim? I don't know Nim. Never heard of that group. I never heard of a rapper called Nim. Asking me trick questions. Like some of y'all brothers, when you trying to be slick, etc. Who is etc.? I can't say yes to that. I don't know who the fuck etc. is. That's why I keep trying to tell you, bro. Be specific. Trying to ask me trick questions, etc. Who the fuck is etc.? Bro, stop talking to me. I don't like your line of question. Somebody intelligent ask me something intelligent. I don't do trick questions. You asking me a setup bullshit question. If you a man, spit it out. Ask me who specifically do I listen to. No, Dirk and them and etc. Who the fuck is etc., bro? I don't know who etc. is. What you want me to say? Yeah to etc. Who the hell is etc.? Man, ain't nobody doing that pussy shit he over here with. Who the hell is etc.? Nigga, spit it out. If you can't answer a question like a man, don't ask a man a question. Listen, if you can't answer a question like a man, don't ask no man no question. That's a little boy question. Go find a little boy to ask. I listen to Dirk and I listen to Von. Why? Von is talented. He can rap. Von can rap. All he got to do is keep practicing and just turn his game up a little more. I watched him coming to the game. He can rap. Shorty can rap his ass off. Like I said, Kodak Black can rap. He just a fucking dope fiend. Because there's dudes out here that drink a little stuff, but they ain't no straight up dope fiend junkie like Kodak, where you all at Coachella and you don't know where you at on the stage. Embarrassing. So none of them dudes you asked me about is a dope fiend like Kodak. Kodak, everybody expecting Kodak to OD any day. And right now, I like G Herbo better than Dirk, though. since he turned up. Yeah, I like G but right now a little better than Dirk. Von just a shorty I'm just watching grow. Okay, what that got to do with being a dope thing? I knew you was gonna ask something stupid. I didn't say I don't listen to nobody pushing that type of music. I said I don't listen to no dope things. So what did you ask me about murder and death and kill music? What that got to do with rap? If they could rap. Where did you see me say I don't listen to murder and death and kill music? You heard me say I don't listen to that or something? See, I knew you was a weirdo. Show me where I said I don't listen to murder, death, and kill music. Did I ever say that? You ever heard me say I don't listen to that? Tim, have you ever heard me say I don't listen to murder, death, and kill music? I said I don't listen to dope fiends. That Kodak Black and NBA Youngboy be high like dope fiends. Did you ever see me say I don't listen to murder, death, and kill music? So why are you saying it's murder, death, and kill music if I never said I don't listen to that? I'm confused. No, I'm trying to get him to ask the question. I mean, what that got to do with me? That's what I told you. I told you he was asking me some weird shit, something that didn't fit my conversation. See what the conversation I was having? I knew he was asking something like way over here. I'm over here. He asked me some weird shit way over here. I don't know what the hell you talking about. You asked me a question. What the fuck is you talking about? I don't listen to dope fiends like NBA and Kodak. I said what I said. Why you want me to say what you want me to say? Von can rap his ass off. G Herbo can rap his ass off. Dirk can rap his ass off. Joey Badass can rap his ass off. Key Glock can rap. It's real simple. They can rap. You don't think Dirk can rap? Dirk can't rap? G Herbo can't rap? Dirk ain't no junkie, bro. Just because people get high don't mean they're a junkie. Kodak Black and NBA Youngboy is like dope fiend sloppy. You've never seen Dirk sloppy. You've never seen none of them sloppy. You just talking. A lot of them shorties rapping, they drink their little stuff. I ain't got no problem with nobody getting high. You know what I'm saying? I knew you was a weirdo anyway, Tim. DMX was sloppy. A lot of them is dark. They push death. I knew Tim was a weirdo anyway. He's a weirdo. I just wanted him to get it out. I just want everybody to see he's a fucking weirdo. You know what I'm saying? I knew he was a weirdo. You know what I'm saying? Probably mad because he liked NBA Youngboy and shit. It was obvious somebody he liked I said I didn't like. So he like, so who you like then? See what I'm saying? Little girl shit. I've been around the block. I could tell right away. When I say I ain't like NBA Youngboy, He either like NBA YoungBoy or Kodak. So when I say I ain't like dope fiends like that, he started asking me, well, who you like? Well, you get high. You know what I'm saying? Some girly shit. Started asking me, do I like people with shooter music? And I'm like, look at me. Do I look like I'm safe to play with? I'm just like Dirk and them. What the hell is you talking about? I was like Dirk and them before Dirk and them. What is you talking about, bro? I just wanted him to spit it out. I already knew he was on some weirdo shit. I don't like NBA YoungBoy. It's too dark, nails polished, and all that. Nah, I don't fuck with no man with his nail polish. And Kodak Black could really rap. Kodak Black could rap better than NBA YoungBoy by far. But Kodak is a junkie. But NBA YoungBoy cannot rap better than Kodak. Kodak can rap circles around NBA. That's a fact. Kodak can rap his ass off. His lyrics way better than NBA. NBA is into Satanism and dark and gloomy and the suicide music. I don't listen to that shit. So he probably got mad. He probably liked one of them. I knew it early. I just wanted him to finish before I blocked him. I already knew what he was on. When he said, you like them and etc., he tried to get me to say I like a whole bunch of them so he could say they something. You know what I'm saying? And he's slow. He's stupid. Because I made it clear that Vaughn can rap. Vaughn of 1700 can rap. Ain't no doubt. Shorty can rap. When they come in the game that early and can rap like that, oh, he gonna be really cold in about 3 years. So he don't know I'm the CEO of a record label, so he don't even know what perspective I'm coming from when I say I like these artists. He think I'm on some little boy shit like him. He a little boy. I'm talking music. Vaughn off 1700 can rap his ass off. Shorty cold for sure. And he just starting. I'm giving his props as a beginner. He ain't even peaked yet. And I can see his talent. He's still kind of rusty. Shorty cold. Ain't no doubt. Vaughn off 1700, that boy cold. If he stand the game, he definitely gonna be a superstar. That boy can rap his ass off. Ain't no doubt. Ain't no that boy cold. Hopefully he stay out of the gang trouble and stuff like that. But no, NBA young boy and Kodak Black, I don't mess with junkies, dope fiends. I grew up doing the heroin addict and shit. Crackheads, dope fiends. Nah. I ain't listening to no dope fiend. And for the record, Dirk got off pills. But Dirk was never as bad as them two. We got a lot of shorties on pills and stuff. But Kodak and NBA, people don't want to be honest. They are too far. They near death. You ain't never seen Dirk like that. You ain't never seen some of these artists. They mess around, dibble and dabble. But Kodak and NBA have taken it to the extreme. Facts. They they ain't gonna be here long. One of them gonna be gone soon, and then the other one if they don't turn around. But one of them gonna be gone soon. What's the date? Cause man, you can go back. Okay, it's August 9th. Remember I said it. One of them gonna be gone. They gonna all be like rest in peace. That fool that came over here, he gonna be like, that's what Pharaoh said that shit. They can only keep taking that shit like that for so long. They're gonna be gone. And then NBA YoungBoy, he like a demon. I don't listen to, you know what I'm saying? Painting your nails and all that weirdo stuff. I ain't with that. Not at all. The shorties gang banging and stuff, that's just from the community. They get money, they'll get out of that. But all that demonic dark shit, I ain't with it. Selling your soul to Lucifer, NBA YoungBoy, he like a little demon. He gone. He too far with it. It's one thing to be gangbanging and stuff. It's another thing when you just really go dark like that. So I never get his music. It's too damn depressing. Music is something to fire you up. It could be gangster shit, but it'll fire you up. But music, it's just dark, gloomy. If you got children, if you got sons and daughters, and they listening to that, you need to intervene. If your son is listening to NBA YoungBoy, he the worst with the gloomy shit. Kodak Black don't really rap gloomy shit. He just living gloomy. But NBA YoungBoy, that's suicide music. If your child listening to either one of them, you need to intervene. That's a fact. You need to intervene. Because then they got issues. They got issues. That's why they listening to it. That other dude too. What's the other one? Always got the boots and weird stuff on and be rapping all that dark stuff. What's dude name? Him too. The one that don't do no interviews. What's dude name? Him too. Definitely I definitely will listen to him. Y'all know what I'm talking about? He a big, when he do Coachella and stuff, it be sold out to see him. Y'all know what I'm talking about? No, not Lil Uzi. Lil Uzi, all right, he just weird. No, the other dude. No, not Travis Scott. The other dude. That be sending the shows up. He like one of the biggest rappers out. Quiet as his kept. He got like a big cult following. No, not Trippie Redd. The other dude. Playboy Cardi. Yeah. Man, that dude a demon. Man, that dude a demon. Yeah. Man. No. That dude a demon. No. You know what I'm saying? If your kids listening to that too, your son, you need to intervene. Yeah, I would never listen to dude. I don't mind listening to music, but I ain't trying to go to hell in the handbasket. I'm not listening to no demons. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, that dude right there, he a straight Luciferian. Like a cult. You know what I'm saying? Travis ain't too bad. Travis should be looking like a show. So he ain't too bad. He more try to be spaced out. You know what I'm saying? I'll be looking at Travis like he trying to be rock and rolly like a little bit. But this dude, this a real demon right here. For real. His following is crazy. And he's real. He not never around. You know, he real strange. Real strange. Yeah, Playboy Cardi. I don't mess with him. When he come out, they be going crazy. Man, when that boy come out and do a show, man, when that boy come out and do a show, it'd be crazy. Like quietly, like he the biggest rapper. This guy is the biggest rapper in the game. I'm telling you. Ask somebody. This the biggest rapper in the game. I'm telling you. Playboy Cardi is the biggest rapper in the game, in hip hop. By far. Way bigger than Kanye. Huge. A real cult following. No joke. No joke. Ask somebody. Ask somebody what happened when he come and he do a show. He do Coachella or something. Ask somebody. Man, that's the biggest dude in rap. Anybody will tell you. I kid you not. That's the biggest rapper in rap. Ain't nobody bigger than dude. If you come to a show and he at the show, and when he come out, it's like your show didn't happen. Anybody will tell you that no music. That's the number one rapper in the game. Ask somebody. Make sure see the crowd when he come out. Playboy Ethiopian. That boy crazy. He the biggest in the game. By far. When he come out, people be going crazy. When I say crazy, they be in a trance when he come out. The fans that come to see him, like, you think I'm lying, do your investigation. They'll tell you. That's him right there. He the biggest. Ask somebody. Am I lying, Abraham? Ain't he the biggest ain't he the biggest rapper out today? It's like when he come out, it's like nobody else. It's like nobody else. When he come out, it's like nobody else in the game today. And he controlled the whole crowd. Like, seriously. Nobody, very few people know he's the number one artist. Very few people know that he the number one artist. For real. Because I didn't know. I was watching like one of these, I think Coachella. What's the other one? It might not be Coachella. What's the other one? One of them. And he came out, and I was like, what the hell? Man, listen, I'm not kidding. Ain't nobody pushing him either. Look, y'all, ain't nobody pushing him. I'm telling you. Rolling Loud. I think Rolling Loud. He either came out at Rolling Loud or Coachella. Man, listen. Hey, Deacon, ain't nobody pushing him. They got dudes in the game that's, man, they got these underground rappers, right? They got these underground rappers that nobody really know about that are bigger than everybody. Yeah, they got these underground rappers, right? that's bigger than everybody. They don't have to advertise them or nothing. They don't have to advertise them. And they bigger than all these rappers. Playboy is one of them. And these they like dark, they deep underground. Deep underground. Got a fan base bigger than damn near all the rappers you know. I kid you not. I kid you not. Deep underground. No kidding. I kid you not. Deep underground. No fan base. I only know about them because I keep my ear to the streets. Man, let me tell you. And these dudes is like world stars. Like world real talk. And nobody know who they are but they fans. It's the creepiest thing, man. Nobody know who they are, y'all. I kid you not. They not household names, but everybody, all the young people know who they are. All the rappers look up to them. Real talk. And this is one of them right here, Playboy. These people bigger than life. Go listen, go look at them, look it up. Their music and their videos is way out. Their videos so strange. Another one is Yeet. Y'all know about Yeet? Strange as hell. Y'all know about Yeet? He big. 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 Who know about Yeet? No, his name ain't popping. He big, huge. Drop a video, it get 1,000,000 something views like that. Drop a video, 2-3 million views like that, like nothing. Ask somebody. Millions of views. Think I'm kidding? Millions of views. Millions of views. No cap. Man, their music is, man, they don't need to. They like, they like, look, here go Yeet right here. Look, 8 days ago. And these ain't even videos. 141,000 views, 259,000 views, 133,000 views. The video he dropped 3 weeks ago, 2.3 million views. 2.3 million views. The video he dropped 3 months ago, 5 million views. The one next to that, 8 months ago, 2 million views. The one with Quavo, 2.5 million views. The one with him and Summers is 2 million, 2 million.7 views 9 months ago. How many millions of views is that in a year? $3.6 million views, 1.7 million views, 3.5 million views, 3.9 million views. Just look at it. Breathe, 7.8 million views. And don't nobody know who he is. 1.48 million subscribers. Oh, my soul. The music, Yeet music is different. I don't know who his producer is, but he got his own sound. You don't understand what the video is or nothing. The man get hundreds of millions of views, like tens of millions a year. Like in a year, he probably get 50 million views, 60 million views. Seriously. Yeet. Him and Playboy, they like the big, they like big. So big they don't need no advertisement. They don't need no advertisement. None. They don't need no advertisement. They don't need no promotion. And it costs a whole lot of money to book them. And when they walk out on stage, it's pandemonium. I have to stay up on that kind of stuff, so I'll be seeing everything. I know stuff about the music business that young people don't even know. They're younger than me, I don't even know. But this one right here, Playboy, when he come out, it's crazy. When he come to a show, it's absolutely crazy. No promotion, no nothing. None. They like the top in the business. No, nobody know. Think about that. Yeah, underground chat room. That's how they build their fan base. It's the craziest thing you ever seen, though. That's what the music industry is right now. If Kodak wasn't getting high, that's where he'd be. He'd be way bigger than NBA. NBA is big though, but that's music you should not let your children listen to them. This music, Yeet, it don't sound like it's suicidal. I don't know what the hell Yeet doing. I ain't gonna lie. I don't know what his music is. I don't know. I watched the video. I can't pick up no dark side or no bright side. I don't know what it is. This one a demon though. Playboy a demon. But Yeet, I don't know what Yeet on. His videos is weird as hell. I don't know what Yeet got like his own style of videos. It's I don't know who's shooting them, but whoever's shooting his videos, he the only one shooting videos that way. But I can't put my finger on if he dark or not. You know what I'm saying? This one is straight demon. Ain't no impressive, but Playboy, he pushes straight Satanism. For real. So look, that's that. We always be getting into some other stuff. That's why the videos be so long, but y'all see it. You know what I mean? Know about these people though, and check your children. Check your children's playlist. Though, I'll tell you that. Check your children's playlist. Because if your children listening to this stuff, it's a problem. And don't let your children listen to no dope things. NBA, Youngboy, Kodak Black. If it's some dudes that's just getting high and they ain't really gloomy all in the music and stuff, that's one thing. But if they get to the point like Kodak Black, he just gone. He basically committing suicide. NBA Youngboy gone. He basically committing suicide. When they get that bad and they talking some more demonic shit, it's time for them not to. It's time to stop listening to them. If your sons and them is listening to dudes always talking about drilling and shooting and drilling and shooting and drilling, you might want to check his friends he around, right? Some of them, like Dirk, he don't be pushing the drill as hard as people try to make you think. He do some drill songs, but most of his songs is like some emotional shit. You know what I'm saying? It ain't like that. Same for G Herbo and them. Now Von 1700, his shit too much drill. He could just rap his ass off. I hope he changes his subject matter. But I'm just watching Shorty because he got a cold style. That boy can rap. Von off 1700, that boy can rap. You know what I'm saying? And he a baby. So I'm looking at his projected growth if he stay alive because he gangbanging too much. If he can get off of the gangbanging and just rap, He still got to rap about the hood because that's all he gonna know. But if he just take the banging out, Shorty gonna be a monster. Cause he can really rap, and he got his own flow. And it's hard for a rapper to get their own flow. Plus, he got his own look because he got them big old glasses on. You know what I'm saying? So he got the big glasses on. So he the only rapper with them big old nerd glasses. Shorty called on that boy can rap his ass off. If that boy stay in the game and don't get killed and leave them streets alone, Von off 1700 gonna be one of the biggest rappers in the game. And of course, Joey Badass, one of my favorites. He headed for that King of New York seat. Shorty can rap his ass off and is a great actor. A great actor. And Raising Canaan. He off the chain, real talent. Y'all stay positive though. Stay positive, stay out of trouble. You know what I'm saying? That's the best thing you better do.